Yes.
Okay. Hello, friends. Welcome you all to Elets Agriculture Innovation Summit, one of the premier virtual summits on agricultural innovation, to discuss various aspects of India's farm sector and world over how the agriculture sector will grow in post-COVID era. The one-day virtual summit will focus on various aspects of Indian farm sector, be it the policies, be it the agro-tech, agro-innovation, supply chain management, how global collaborations can be leveraged more, how new policies can be made, and what are the challenges which needed to be overcome in coming years. For this, we have got a very eminent speakers in the inaugural of Elets Agriculture Innovation Virtual Summit, perhaps one of the leading virtual summit on agriculture sector um, in not only in India and world over. And we'll be having guests from world over joining us, policymakers, agriculture experts, agriculture innovators, academia, and research experts will be joining us along with industry leaders. With this, I would like to request Dr. Ravi Gupta, CEO and founder, Ellis Technomedia Private Limited, to give the welcome address. Dr. Ravi Gupta.
Thank you, Shovik. Uh, Thank you all the eminent speakers here and the audience who have joined us. And I welcome our speaker from Israel, Mr. Dan Alef. Uh, he's from the Science and Agriculture Consular and Embassy of Israel. Welcome, Dan. I
Thank you.
welcome Dr. Ashok Dalwai. He's the CEO of National Rainfed Area Authority, NRAA, Department of Agriculture, Cooperation and Farmers Welfare, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. Welcome, sir. Thanks for joining us. We are honored to have you here. Namaskar to you. And we have from Uttar Pradesh, uh, we have Dr. Hira Lal. He is uh, presently in the health department, government of UP, and he has taken a lot of initiatives in agriculture in the district of Banda. So he will be presenting about his experiences. So without and some of the other speakers are going to join us soon, but we'll start our session. So I am requesting our national speaker Dan to please start the session.
Thank you.
Israel has been a pioneer in the agriculture innovation, and it would be a great idea to learn your views on this subject. And just requesting that we keep our mics on mute so that we will reduce a bit of the background noise. So I will be like also going on mute right now. So Dan, welcome, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gupta. I would, first of all, thank you for inviting me as a speaker to this session of Agricultural Innovation Summit. And I would like to thank Elets Technomedia for inviting me. I'm joining you from Israel. I'm here for a short summer vacation. So I'm outside. I hope you can see this beautiful pomegranate tree behind me. I would like to actually dive into the topic of innovation. I will divide it actually into three segments. Number one is what Israel is doing in innovation in agriculture. The second is what Israel and India are doing together. Excuse me, can you hear me well? And the third is about innovation as a standalone factor. So I will start by saying that Israel is today a leading actor in agriculture worldwide. We are producing premium products under harsh conditions of climate and scarcity of water, and we are reaching the most premium shelves of marketing in Europe, in North America, in Russia, and more. So this is all done because when we are doing agriculture, we address it as a comprehensive, sustainable approach, which is really led and oriented by a business model. So when we are doing agriculture, the Israeli farmer is really doing business. And I feel this is a very important component within the approach into agriculture and the approach on how to implement innovation in our focus for today. So Israel mostly, as an overview, is desert with less than 100 millimeter rain annually. And this is an example of a challenge that created the need of innovation out of necessity. So I think the highlight would be that Israel invented the drip irrigation, and I think it is a really a benchmark innovation on how we created the method of irrigation, which today is the most water use efficient way of irrigating. We are talking about 95% water use efficiency, which really creates it out of 10 drops coming from every dripper, the plant can absorb 9.5 drops and really utilize the water. So drip irrigation is one example, but I want to really open the range of innovation in Israel into 9 segments that we have. Number one is innovation in varieties and genetics. Israel is really inventing varieties and seeds that carry different characteristics, such as, for example, varieties that can withhold water deficit, or varieties that bring different characteristics that are likable by the market: color, taste, appearance. The third is the ability to actually have a longer shelf life. So products that can endure more heat or more shelf life in terms of productivity. So this is one. Second is a basket of irrigation and fertigation. Like I said, drip irrigation is a highlight in this basket, but it is a very wide range of solutions of water management, of fertilizers, and a lot of innovation is going into this second basket. The third is precision agriculture, which is really about big data. It's about satellite imaging or aerial imaging that gives to the hand of the farmer different knowledge that before was not there. And today farmers can manage large scale thanks to these tools, and Israel is a pioneer in this field of precision agriculture. Number four is plant protection. Here you can see actually traditional approaches of we have a challenge and how do we address the challenge with an agrochemical, but also it could be a comprehensive approach of how to actually bring together different principles and tackle plant protection challenges. Again, another basket is greenhouse. In greenhouse, we have a lot of technology. It comes in terms of a net and polynet and the structure itself and the different technologies within the greenhouse. But I think Israel is bringing a unique innovation in the aspect that how can we tailor the greenhouse to the need? Because how can we put the right technology which can also pay back the investment? And this is very much the Israeli approach in greenhouse innovation. Another basket is machinery. In Israel, we have a big need to make labor more efficient because we don't have much labor. So how can we bring machinery which is tailored to small, medium, large scale farms and create a solution in many parts in the value chain of cultivation? Another basket is post-harvest. Here we are talking about grading, packaging, cold chain, different types of sorting. And within this, again, how can we make a packing house which can really address the need and can pay off, can really ensure that the investment is justified. Another approach is biological solutions, so natural pollination and different approaches in this regard. So we have a bumblebee that we can put into a greenhouse and can actually pollinate tomato and increase the yield, and all being done biologically and naturally. And last but not least is dairy farming. How can we put the productivity of a cow and the productivity of the milk and reach again under harsh conditions of Israel and do this? It's a package of solutions, and Israel is pioneering in this too. So I gave you a range of 9 baskets of innovation in Israel. But I think one of the secrets is how do we make the R&D, the innovation, knowledge generated, work together with the farmer. So one of the things in Israel is that the R&D, both public and private sector, is really taking things together, but the extension is moving it to the field, and the farmers, which are usually progressive farmers, know how to implement and know how to go back to the R&D and tell them this is still a challenge or this is working. And this interaction of innovation, extension, farmers working together is one of the secrets, in my opinion, in Israel. So this was the first part about Israel. The second part is what do we do together, Israel and India. So I think the highlight is the Indo-Israel Agricultural Project. I am representing in Israel, I'm counselor at the Embassy of Israel, representing Mashav, Israel's Agency for International Development. I'm an agricultural expert, and I'm based in Delhi, currently in Israel, but based in Delhi. And what we do is actually work together with our Indian partner, both federal MIDH and state with the horticultural department, and create a situation in which we have a activity that is very applicable. So we are establishing centers of excellence, which are advanced modern agriculture farms that show an end-to-end solution for the farmer on key crops. So currently we have 28 fully active centers of excellence across India in 12 states, and we have more centers in the making. The concept is really to show how do we do nursery management, producing millions of seedlings, how do we do best practices of the key crop, how do we irrigate, fertigate, canopy management, plant protection, and now we're talking also on packing house and market linkage, and how do we train farmers, how do we transform this knowledge we are generating and bring it to the hand of the farmer. So annually, every year, we are training 1.5 lakh farmers across India, 150,000 farmers across India, and I hope these numbers will grow and the impact will be very much felt on the field level. And when we talk about what we want to do ahead, the way forward, we have decided as two governments to establish villages of excellence. So to take the center of excellence and actually create an ecosystem around it that will bring a new type of agriculture to India. The concept is still being dealt, and we are still talking about how to do it, but I think we were talking about three components. One is infrastructure. So how do we make sure that every field will get pressurized water and every farmer will be able to implement drip irrigation? How do we build a scenario that the machinery will be purchased, maybe together as a FPO, purchasing machinery and creating a situation where all farmers can enjoy pruning machinery, harvesting machinery, packing houses, by putting it together that an individual farmer cannot afford, but together they can. How can we put different sensors and precision agriculture, and all of this can create again a new type of infrastructure that today is not existing. So this is one. The second is capacity building. How can we actually make the sense of this infrastructure I was explaining? So how can we train farmers? How can we make sure they have the guidelines in their language based on their culture so they can understand how to utilize the infrastructure? So this is capacity building, number two. Number three is market linkage. We believe that we cannot stop in the harvest. We must continue to the market. So how can we make sure that the stakeholders, the retailers, are part of the round table, that they understand the value of this new ecosystem, and they will be there to say, okay, if you group of farmers will ensure that we have capsicum or tomato or mango in this level of quality and quantity, then we can ensure your price or we can work together with you. So suddenly creating an ecosystem which creates a justification for the investment. And my last word, leaving a thought with you, is innovation as a principle. I believe innovation in agriculture is our future. Innovation is a must, but innovation is a tool in our toolbox. Innovation is not a target. So when we talk about innovation in agriculture, let's make sure it's really an added value, it's addressing a challenge, and let's make sure it's applicable. It is not too far-fetched, but it is something a farmer can use, and it can really put him in a new place, can really advance him. So this is my last point I wanted to share. I thank you again for letting me speak and being part of this very nice panel. So thank you, and here I finish.
Thank you, Dan, for your very focused and concise address on the uh, uh, strengths of Israel in the agriculture sector and how Israel is looking at collaborating with India to help the uh, agriculture ecosystem. And may I, like, before we move forward, we have a small 1 minute video of eGov magazine 200th issue, which we have launched virtually because of this corona situation. We are a print magazine, 15 years old, and so a small video which we wish it is
Thank you.
launched in the presence of all the eminent speakers who are here. So requesting my colleague Prabhakar to let's do a virtual launch. Uh, So I am thanking all the eminent speakers here for helping us in the virtual launch of this special issue. And may I request our keynote speaker, Dr. Ashok Dalwai ji, to kindly give your keynote address. Dr. Ashok Dalwai is the CEO of National Rainfed Area Authority, NRAA, Department of Agriculture, Cooperation and Farmers Welfare, Ministry of Agriculture. So, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you all hear me?
Yes,
Rajiv, Ravi, you're able to hear me? Yeah.
yes, yes.
So, good morning once again. And first, let me thank you for inviting me to join this morning session. And I have benefited from the lecture that Dan Aleph just shared with us. And of course, I've been associated with Technomedia, at least Technomedia, for many years now. So it has always been a pleasure being with you. And in between, I was not able to join a few times that you invite, but today it's my privilege to be with you. And I'm happy that you have chosen this topic called innovations in agriculture. Today, everybody is talking of innovation. So maybe we distinguish innovations from invention and discovery. While invention and discovery lead to something that we had not seen before, or we were not privy to something before, innovation is a much more simple thing. It is primarily talking about implanting or transplanting the inventions and discoveries made in one corner of the world or in one particular domain of the economy to another domain of the economy or another place, another country, state, or a place. So, innovation to that extent is primarily talking about use efficiency. That means you don't have to invest once again money or energy or efforts. So when we are talking about innovations in agriculture, I think the theme that is very unconsciously set is how do we ensure that resources are efficiently utilized in agriculture? Today, resource use efficiency is required in all domains of the economy, as the urgency that has been demonstrated by the climate change. Over the last 250 years since we've had industrial revolution based on extractive principles of fossil fuels and fossil resources, there has been an accelerated change in the climate. And today, climate change is impacting temperatures, humidity, rainfall, and causing weather variations, which actually bring about higher frequency of extreme weathers. All these things are actually challenging the entire production domain. Now, agriculture of these production domains gets to be impacted much more only because in the biological system. Over the last 10,000 years, ever since man learned to domesticate animals in agriculture, we have evolved a system of management of agriculture which is season bound. Today, those seasonalities are undergoing a substantive change thanks to the climate change. So the implication is that we now need to find new ways of adjusting our agriculture production system in accordance with the changing climatic patterns. To illustrate by a concrete example, in India itself, now what we're seeing over the last few years, the onset of monsoons is actually delaying, and likewise the withdrawal of monsoon is also delaying. So that particular crop production system between June and September, October has actually now got shifted. Consequently, all other practices, varieties of seeds, for example, fertilization management, irrigation management, harvest management, all things undergo a sea change. So now we need to look at new discoveries, new inventions, and new innovations. Now, coming to agriculture per se in the Indian context, there is no gain saying that it is very important. It is important for two reasons. First, its mandate is to produce adequate food and nutrition for the people, and in India, the population is still growing. Like we have grown from 121 crore in 2011, and now it is estimated at 131 crore. And by 2050, we'll have another 20 crore. And we are yet to assure all these people that not just food but nutrition security is going to be their accessibility. And then the second issue is that most important, which we have not really recognized so far, and it is the important order of the day, is that how can it be an opportunity for livelihood? Agriculture has been looked at as a profession but default in India. Because it has been an exercise or a profession by default, we really are not bothered to look at what the purchasing power of the farmers or those dependent on agriculture has been. If we would like to lift the welfare strata of the country, improving the purchasing power of the people who depend on agriculture as cultivators and also as landless agriculture labor must be ensured because they constitute a majority section of the society as a single class. Like you today, a high of 48% of the total population of the country depends on agriculture directly and indirectly. To go granular, we have got 12 crore or 120 million number of cultivators and got 140 million landless agriculture labor. How do we find productive jobs for these people? I think that's the biggest challenge, and therefore innovation has to come here. When I talk about productive employment, I mean that the human resource is being utilized optimally. Today, the human resource engagement in agriculture is suboptimal. What the data shows us is that a person engaged in agriculture, on an average in a year, gets productive job for 185 days, and rest of the 180 days he does not get gainful employment. So how do we ensure that this demography is now actually put to proper use? And that's where we require innovation. The innovation will come through if we can find productive opportunities for engagement for these people. So the two ways of doing this is that we first increase the cropping intensity through better technology and also by resource management. And when we do that thing, then naturally the people will find jobs. India has 141 million hectares of land, which is the second highest arable land in the world, next only to USA. But the cropping intensity, that means how many times is one unit of land put to use in a year, we still at around 150%. So if we can increase the cropping intensity, which then necessitates that we have shorter duration varieties, then we can increase this to 200%. So 141 million hectares becomes 282 million hectares. If there are 2 seasons continuously under cultivation in the country, obviously the farming community as also the landless agriculture community will find jobs. So we need technology there, we need innovations there. Not just varieties, but also management practices such that we are able to tune this management with the weather patterns, the onset of rainfall, distribution pattern of rainfall, the temperature, humidity, because all these impact agriculture. So where do we bring that technology? On farm and also under the protected cultivation, like what Alan was talking about. So once we are able to bring in this kind of protected cultivation structures into our system, then we will be able to provide jobs to the people. Now, concomitant to this is diversification. Because when we talk about agriculture, many a time our perception veers around field crops, paddy, wheat, pulses, and oil seeds. But we need to go much beyond that. This particular basket of agriculture commodities was okay when we were at a subsistence level and when our aim was to find food for our people. Today, if our aim is to find not just nutrition for our people, but also find jobs and good purchasing power, we need to diversify the entire agriculture system. And that potential will now come from livestock management, from fisheries and horticulture. And that's where we need new technology. Let's take horticulture and compare that with field crops. Even today, the fruits, for example, the average productivity is 14.5 tons per hectare. In case of vegetables, it is 18.5 tons. But if you look at paddy, which has been in practice for thousands of years, we are at an average of 2.8 tons per hectare in India. The best is 5.2 tons in Punjab. If the productivity of horticulture is so high, then how do we further increase that and then transfer jobs, transfer incomes, and transfer nutrition? So likewise, livestock and fisheries have a huge potential. So we need now innovations in this domain along with the field crops. But then, so far, when we were talking of green revolution or meeting food and nutrition security, what we were looking at was to increase productivity and through that higher production but at any cost. And that's where we're faulted, or that's where we need to change. We can't have higher productivity at any cost. When I talk of cost, there are two aspects once again, and that's where we need innovations. One is at any cost means higher cost of production. We need to have higher productivity at more rational cost of production. That means we need lesser cost that has gone into agriculture, and therefore it calls for total resource use efficiency by adopting technologies that once again Alan was talking about. And second cost is on the ecology. Because our science and technology have been indiscreet, today we have a situation where the natural capital has come under great pressure. These include, for example, soil, water. Today, a lot of land in India has got problematic. It has become acidic, alkaline, saline because we have not used water properly. So we have a high of 6.5 million hectares of land that has become problematic. It has become barren. We can't cultivate that. If you take the groundwater table is continuously going down. Even in states like Punjab, where we have high water table, it has now gone down. So what is the lesson? The lesson is that we now need resource use efficiency such that is ecologically sustainable. So two things, therefore, I would say that innovations are required in reducing the cost of production so that the profits are better for the farmers. Our innovation is brought into the practice of resource use efficiency such that it is sustainable. And then we are also contributing to the mitigation of the climate change adversities. So this is where we need technology. And there are two more important things which I would like to emphasize. One is about risk management. If we would like to practice agriculture as an enterprise, and there's absolutely no doubt on that, that today government would like the agriculture to be practiced as an enterprise. When we talk of an enterprise, then we're talking about high productivity so that the volumes of production are increased. And the
Some interruption in the connectivity is there. Let's just wait for the speaker's connectivity to improve. And by the time he joins in, let me inform our audience that we have multiple sessions in the whole day on various aspects of this agriculture sector. And we have speakers from the various sectors joining in. And by the time our speaker joins in, let me say hello to our speaker, Hira Lalji. Hira Lalji. Namaskar.
Namaskar.
So by the time our speaker is joining, let me request you to briefly introduce yourself, and so that our audience is knows about you before we start your speech. And we सो हीरा जी एक छोटा सा आपका जो बैकग्राउंड है जो एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर में है, तो अगर उसके बारे में कुछ शब्द आप बताएं, और तब तक हम लोग आपने जो स्पीकर है उनका जो है हम लोग वेट भी कर लेते हैं, और वी कैन यूज द टाइम आल्सो. सो हीरा जी, इफ यू talk about your experience in the especially your Banda, and if you can talk about it, Hiraji.
Okay, thank you. I welcome all the participants in this webinar. I was more than 1.5 years as a district magistrate in Banda. Banda is a district of Bundelkhand, and Bundelkhand is having so many problems. So Banda is also having many problems. And being a district magistrate, I wanted to improve the conditions of the farmers of Banda. This was the issue before me as the district magistrate. To improve the conditions of the farmers in Banda, I wanted to increase their incomes. To increase the income of the farmers, there is a scheme announced by the government of India, doubling the farmers' income by 2022. Keeping in view to implement that scheme before lockdown, I left Bada in February, and all the things done there by me was before lockdown. Lockdown was not even in picture, not expected at all. So my focus to improve the income of the farmers was in a view to improve the income of the farmers. For that, we did small things and got good results. Doing small things, getting good result. In this, what we did, we tried to implement the knowledge is power. This is a sentence, knowledge is power. We tried by different initiatives to empower the farmers so that they can increase their income by getting empowered. So, very simple initiative we took. We did not sought any extra budget, any extra resources. Whatever was available in the district, with the help of that, we took small initiatives at a different point of times, and we got good results. I would like to share it. First of all, we selected the progressive farmers engaged in different type of agriculture. After selecting them, we sent them different places on the expenditure of the government so that they go there, they went there, they learned many things, they updated their agriculture knowledge, and they applied in their field, and that way their income is increased. For example, first of all, we sent them to Kannauj Excellence Center. I think it is from the Israeli collaboration, as I have heard. I am not able to remember exactly, but it is a Israel collaboration. So first we sent at that excellent center. Thereafter, we sent in Indian Institute of Vegetable Research, Banaras. From after that, we sent DRI Chitrakoot Dham. There we sent 500 self-help group females to upskill their knowledge regarding the agriculture. They stayed over for 7 days. They took the required trainings, and they empowered by getting updated knowledge. Likewise, we sent farmers Pune to learn the best practices. In this initiative, we sent the selected progressive farmers, and not only male farmers. We focused on female farmers also so that they could visit the best practices inside the districts and outside the districts. After coming, they applied that knowledge, and they are able to increase their incomes. One thing. Second thing, what we did, we tried to develop two centers in horticulture mission. We initiated to have a excellent center like Kannauj. We documented things, we completed all the formalities, and right now Bada has got a excellent center. Likewise, and this excellence center will act as a growth center, knowledge center, progress center for the farmers. And this is not a new scheme. Horticulture mission is a old scheme. In that already we had lands. On that land we proposed excellence center. We completed the formalities, and Banda has got that excellence center. Second thing, agriculture department has a big farmhouse in Tehsil Atarra. We initiated that we will have an excellent center for not only Banda but for whole Bundelkhand. We initiated and we completed the formalities, and for the it is a good news for the Banda that has been approved under the RKBY Yojana. RKBY Yojana is a old scheme. Only we took a small initiative and we got the success. So we have two growth centers, two knowledge centers, two progressive centers, two powerhouse to energize the farmers by giving them knowledge regarding their farming and all that. So these two things, and one and many more initiative, small initiative we took. For example, we used to call 10 farmers in all three agriculture produce marketing committee, APMC. In English we say, and in Hindi we say Mandi Summit. Each Mandi Summit called 10 progressive farmers every day. They used to come. They are being told every scheme of the Mandi Samiti, and thereafter they used to visit to see the working of the Mandi. Likewise, we launched a scheme of Vikas Bhavan visit. Every day, 10 progressive farmers from a particular village visited the Vikas Bhavan whole day in different departments. They went and learned the departmental schemes. So that way we empowered the farmers by inviting them in Mandi Summit and in our Vikas Bhavan, so that we can detail them about our agriculture schemes. One more initiative we took. We did a Rahar Sammelan to brand the pulses of the Bundelkhand. In Bundelkhand region, due to its climatic regions, pulses are pulses are having many good qualities. They are nutritious, they are tasty, and they are organic. But outside the Bundelkhand, it is not known. On 10th February, we organized a big event with having the agri-tourism concept nearby the Kalinjar fort. And in this, we invited 10 progressive farmers from each village. We invited experts. We invited agri innovator experts, and 5 Padam series who has been awarded Padam Shri in the field of agriculture. And from each district of the Bundelkhand, we invited stakeholders through Mandi Summit from all the 7 districts. And from 32 districts, we invited the progressive farmers. So it is a big event just to brand the pulses of the Bundelkhand. And we did this in the field of the Arahar crops at the foot of the Kalinjar Forest. After our event, all the visitors, all the participants went to fort to visit that fort. Agri and tourism together, we implemented that concept. And we are getting information that due to that branding, my purpose was I did on 10th February. Why I decided to do this on this date? Because on 10th February, World Pulses Day is celebrated by the United Nations. So by branding, the pulses, we increased the demand by highlighting the beauties of the pulses of the Bundelkhand. And as per my information, anybody can go and check in Banda that demand is increased more than double. So this is the outcome of a small step within 2 months, February. I have I am getting the information through officials, through individuals. So by doing these small steps, one more thing I did before the lockdown, I started a concept: local consumption by local production. I took the data of the produce from the Mandi Samiti. I analyzed that data, what amount of the produce we are producing within the districts, and how what amount we are taking from outside the districts. For example, we took the tomato. If 100 quintal tomato is required and we are just producing only 20 quintal, and we are taking 80 quintal from outside the district, so we tried to increase the production of 80 which we are taking from outside through cluster approach. So we decided to develop tomato cluster, potato cluster, chili cluster likewise. So now we have a good slogans: vocal for local. And my name was local consumption by local production. So these are very small steps which I initiated, which I took without taking any extra fund. Whatever fund was available in the agriculture departments, horticulture department, soil conservation departments, we pooled the resources, and with the help of public participation and with the concept of no cost or low cost, I have three things which I applied in my these initiatives. First formula, no cost, low cost. Second thing, public participation. सहभागिता जिसको हिंदी में कहते हैं, इन हिंदी विशेष सहभागिता, participation of स्टेक होल्डर. This is second quality. And third quality is convergence of resources, inputs and funds. With these small inputs, we implemented the innovation, small innovation, and result is big. Anybody, I'm saying, I am requesting those who are listening me here, you please connect to Bada and talk about these things. You will get positive results. It is on the ground. We did on the ground. We never asked for we need so high amount of funds, so high amount things. Whatever situation was there, within that situation, we tried to stateize the things in local situation, in local language, and we got good results. That is the thing we did in the agriculture. And I am telling you, the concept of branding of the pulses was taken. I had the discussion of with the director agriculture. It was taken by them ki if Bada can highlight one brand, that is the pulse which is famous there, so every district do have some good produce in the agriculture, they can follow this, they can do like this. So we, our model can be copied, and it must be copied. We must brand our produce which are having the quality of branding. So small things, big results, and that is all about in agriculture. And through this, what is the best part of all these activities? That farmers motivated. Farmers started thinking that they can do anything in Bada. They become more aware, and they start thinking that they must increase their income. Which all these things were not earlier for me. So these are the outcomes, and I am telling you, DDAG called me 15 days ago, and he told me, sir, the demand is more than double. There is a progressive farmer, Mr. Prem Singh, he called me 10 days ago, sir. I used to supply pulses and outside the districts. He supplied the pulses in Pune and Maharashtra. He told me this time demand is so high, amount. quantity in increase, I am not able to supply. So I am happy to hear all these things because I am not now in Mada. I left the Mada. But whatever plant I planted, now that plant is started giving the fruits. So this is all about. And thank you, Gupta ji and your team. You called me to tell the real story. My story is implementation, not theoretical. Everything is practical and in very odd situations. Thank you. This is all about my
श्योर।
things.
धन्यवाद हीरा जी। बहुत बहुत बधाई, आपने जो इनिशिएटिव लिया है बांदा में। आपसे एक सवाल ये पूछना है कि कोई ऐसा डेटा है, कोई ऐसा ऐसे रिजल्ट्स हैं जहाँ पर कि फार्मर्स इनकम आज अगर सरकार का एक इम्पोर्टेंट फोकस है इंक्रीजिंग फार्मर्स इनकम, so is there any data to show that farmers income has increased in Banda after the interventions you have done?
देखिए अभी तो मेरे पास राइट नाउ आई डू नॉट हैव एनी सच डाटा बट यू हैव पॉइंटेड आउट आई विल सी आई I will request my agriculture officials that you see how much amount this time they have sold in the market, and there will be a comparison this year and last year. Then automatically the answer what you are willing to have that we will get. I will ask them to do this. Right now there is no such data because no such requirement is there. You know, in the government sector nothing like study. You need to have a study, and now I am not over there. Otherwise I would have done this also just to prove the my point.
Sure.
Economics
Do you
are
have
there,
any?
which you
Yeah.
find on the ground.
Okay. And do you have any views on IT in agriculture? Like IT का उपयोग
Yes,
कैसे होता है? इस पे कोई विचार है आपकी?
use of IT in agriculture, you might be knowing ki everything is mostly things on the IT. For example, we transferred the PM Dhan Yojana through IT in the accounts, and there are many ICT applications in agriculture which we are using. We are using to disseminate the information through WhatsApp groups, through emails, all the technology we used there. We used video clippings. During my tenure, I made many video clippings. Through that video clipping, we circulated, we made it viral to reach the villages so that our information could reach to the last man of the line and to remote villages also. So we use the ICT in improving the governance of the agriculture sector.
Okay. And any ideas on that how can the Banda story be replicated in other uh, districts in UP or outside UP?
Okay, whatever I told you, that is very small things. I did nothing, but I did the same thing differently. And agriculture department Uttar Pradesh is knowing all my these activity, and in the monthly meeting of the agriculture officials, it was discussed. Officers from the Bada who participated in the meeting, they told me the director agriculture has told all the officials to replicate the branding model of the Bada of, of in each district. So that replication, what I told in my while I was speaking, and it is there.
Sure. And Hiraji, uh, there is a after the corona, there is a big impact globally on the economy and also in the agriculture sector. So how do you see that impact of this COVID-19 situation on the agriculture sector, and how do you see next 6 months or a year? In your opinion, that in any way agriculture sector is going to be affected or not affected, or will it actually boom in these uh, times when the focus has gone to the essentials or the back to basics? Your views and opinion on this?
Actually, Corona has affected everyone, not
Hmm.
only in India. It is a
Hmm.
global. It is a global problem. I read in the morning in the newspaper कि 188 countries. United Nations has 193 member countries. Out of 193, 188 countries are affected by it, and m- developed countries like America and European countries are in trouble. And the most trouble, we can't say which sector is more in more problem, which is in less problem. We can't say every sector is in a problem, whether it is agriculture, whether it is industry, whether it is
Uh,
employment. Every backward and forward linkage has been collapsed. Government is trying their best, and they are doing day and night, making all the efforts to control the situation and to reduce the and to minimize the age of the public, and we are successful in that. UP is doing much better as compared to other states, and it is
uh,
a visible fact, and everybody is knowing that. After Corona, already things are under consideration, what we will do, how we will do, and at different point of time we are coming in the public and telling how to take corrective measure, what corrective measure is required to be taken. Already we are doing. It is my personal opinion, in pandemic situation, in abnormal situation, we need to stand on our own. The thinking that everything will be done by the government, and so that style of thinking in normal situation is okay, but the situation which is going on, so janta governance is required. Public should come. Those who are in a good position, they should support their neighbor, their village, their area. And this is our culture also. And it is going on also. But in coming days, when situation will be lingering on, then public support is most required. So my opinion, and I did it in Bada district, my all the activity, my all the innovation was with the public participation. It was the backbone of my governance, public participation. So to meet out to minimize the challenges and to reduce the hardships of the public, public should come forward in and should support government and public. This is my personal opinion.
sure. So, thanks a lot, Hiraji, and I thank all the audience for joining in. And we thank our country partners for this session: Embassy of Brazil, Embassy of Israel, and UK government for joining in here. We thank our PSU partner for this virtual summit, NRDC, National Research Development Corporation. We thank our associate partner, Gajali Life Science and Grand Harvest. And we thank our supporting partner, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, ICAR. And we thank our all the speakers and the audience. And we have a session starting at the next session starting at 11:45, and we have a, session after that also. And I'm requesting my colleague Shovik to please also explain about the overall next sessions so that our audience is aware. Yeah, Shovik.
Thanks, Dr. Gupta. So, as first of all, I would like to thank all the eminent panelists of the inaugural session. We had a perspective from Government of India, from state government, from abroad, what Israel is thinking, what kind of innovation they're doing. So that was great. One more speaker of inaugural, he missed out for a Gen meeting. He will be joining us later half in the day. So as Dr. Gupta has said, that now we'll break for 10 minutes, and then we'll come back with a panel discussion on agrotech innovation in supply chain management, moving forward with global collaborations for the growth of farm sector in post-COVID world. In this session, we'll primarily have speakers from United States Department of Agriculture, United States Consulate General Mumbai, from Embassy of Brazil, from Australian High Commission, from London Satellite Application Catapult, and from private organizations. So this session will be actually will be talking on how agrotech and innovation and everything can be leveraged more and more with more and more global collaborations for the future of the growth of farm sector, especially keeping in mind the COVID-19 menace which we are all facing globally. And then we'll have a presentation by Mr. Rahul Shah, Chairman, Kajori Life Sciences LLP Grand Harvest, followed by a special session on Focus Israel, where we'll have two Israeli companies who are doing innovation in ecosystem. They will be joining us, and also we'll have a special perspective from the state of Gujarat as how Surendranagar district is uh, doing some innovation in the agriculture sector. And the very important session of the day, that will be importance of research and innovation, new thinking for the new world order for the sustainable growth of farm sector. And again, that session will have speakers from NRDC, Honorable CMD of NRDC, principal scientist from Indian Institute of Social Science will be there, CEO from agro startups will be there, and an Israel company from Biofeed. Uh, his founder also will be there. So it's what we have tried to cover in the entire day, that we have tried to cover various aspects of farm sector, be it technology, be it innovation, be it supply chain management, be it the policy perspective, be it global collaboration. So we're trying to have a holistic yet insightful discussion and deep discussion on some aspects of agriculture, keeping in mind the growth, the way forward in the post-COVID world. And as we all know, that even in this period, the only sector which has grown, or the potential to grow even of contributing to the GDP growth of India, that is agriculture and farm sector. So I hope that this discussion will actually help us all and all the stakeholders to get insights and to move forward in right direction. With this, we conclude the inaugural session. I again thank Dr. Hira Lal from Government of Uttar Pradesh, and Dr. Ravi Gupta, CEO and founder of Techno Media, for joining us in the inaugural, along with Danha from Embassy of Israel, and Dr. Ashok Dalwai, CEO Rainfed Authority of India, Ministry of Agriculture, Government of India. Thank you so much. We'll have a short break of 10 minutes and be back with the next session on global collaborations for agriculture growth. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Just a second. That requesting all the audience who are watching us live on Facebook and YouTube, that this like as Shavik has explained, that we have having experts from all over the country and several experts from outside India who are going to speak here. So if you like any of the sessions, please like and share this video on Facebook and YouTube, so that there is more awareness in the society about how agriculture is contributing and is very important for our economy. So, and you can see the whole day agenda on the chat. There is a link, agriculture.eletsonline.com. You can visit the website and look at all the whole day sessions, and also you can look at the links of all our webinars and virtual summits which we are planning to do in the coming days. So namaskar Hiraji, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, and we are again starting the session at 11:45. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, namaskar.
भारत एक युवा देश है। विश्व में हमने युवाओं की आईटी एनर्जी के माध्यम से अपना एक रुतबा खड़ा किया है और भारत इसके बाद के लिए गर्व कर सकता है। दुनिया में हम आंख में आंख मिला करके बात कर सकते हैं। और ये मेरा साथ मैं हमेशा कहता आया हूँ, आईटी प्लस आईटी इज इक्वल टू आईटी। इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी प्लस इंडियन टैलेंट इज इक्वल टू इंडिया टुमारो।
Hello and welcome you all to the Elets Agriculture Innovation Summit, one of the premier virtual events on agriculture innovation to discuss on various aspects of the growth of farm sector for future, especially keeping in mind the COVID problem and the post-COVID scenario. In the inaugural, we have a perspective from Israel, from Government of India, Minister of Agriculture, and from Government of Uttar Pradesh on how uh, we can redefine and realign ourselves for the farm sector growth for the post-COVID era. That was more on policy perspective, but this session will have a global perspective along with a touch, Indian touch. We have got eminent experts from various countries who will be discussing on various aspects of farm sector, be it policy, be it technology, be it innovation, and how all can come together to move in the right direction for the growth of agriculture sector. We have eminent speakers with us. We have with us Mr. Lazaro Sandoval, Senior Agriculture Attaché, Foreign Agriculture Service, United States Department of Agriculture, USDA, US Consulate General, Mumbai. We welcome Mr. Lazaro. We
Thank
have
you.
with us Mr. Dalci Begolin, Agriculture Attaché, Embassy of Brazil in New Delhi. We welcome Mr. Dalci.
Thank
We
you.
have with us Mr. Mark German, C. George, GI, Head of Agriculture, Satellite Applications, Catapult. We welcome you, Mr. Mark, from London. He's joining us too early in London time.
Good morning.
Good morning. And we'll be joined by Mr. John Southwell, Councillor Agriculture, Australian High Commission to India. He'll be joining us shortly. And we'll also have Dr. Sangeeta Lara, Vice President, Marketing and Business Development, Jain Irrigation Systems Limited, India. Yes, Mr. John has joined us from Australian High Commission to India, Council of Agriculture, Mr. John Southwell. We welcome you, Mr. John.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. So we have got, and we welcome Dr. Sangeeta from Jain Irrigation Systems Limited, India. So we have got speakers from United States, from Brazil, from Australia, from London, and from India. The name of this session is Agrotech, Innovation in Supply Chain Management, moving forward with global collaborations for the growth of farm sector in post-COVID world. With this, I will also lay out how we are going to go about this session. That initially we have a brief introduction about ourselves. Hello, Dr. Sangeeta. We welcome you.
Hi.
Hi, this is Shavik, Senior Assistant Editor, Let's Techno Media. We welcome you with other fellow panelists from various countries, and we are all in different time zones. Someone has joined from London, some from Australia, so we all in different time zones. So we welcome you all again. So as I was saying that we'll be having a brief introduction about ourselves in 5 minutes as what our organizations are doing, and then we'll move on to the main discussion on various topics for this session. So with this, I'll go to Mr. Lazaro Sandoval, Senior Agricultural Attaché, Foreign Agriculture Service, United States Department of Agriculture, United Consulate General, Mumbai. Mr. Lazaro, give a short introduction about your organization.
Sure. My name is Lazaro Sandoval. I'm the Senior Agricultural Attaché for the U.S. Department of Agriculture here at the U.S. Consulate in Mumbai. I specifically represent an agency within the USDA called the Foreign Agricultural Service. And what we essentially do is we link U.S. agriculture to the world by enhancing export opportunities and at the same time ensuring global food security.
Right, Mr. Lazar. Thank you so much. Can we have a perspective from Mr. Dalci Begoli, Agriculture Attaché, Embassy of Brazil in New Delhi? Mr. Dalci, if you can shed some light on what Agriculture Division in Embassy of Brazil in New Delhi is doing.
Yes, my name is Dalci Bagolin. I'm the Agriculture Attaché of the Embassy of Brazil, and we are working here to increase the relationship between India and Brazil in agriculture. It involves trade and also involves cooperation, investment. So everything related with agriculture, we are involved with the embassy.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Dalci. If I may come to Mr. John Southwell, Councillor Agriculture, Australian High Commission to India. Mr. John, if you can shed some light on what kind of work Agriculture Division in Australian High Commission in India is doing.
Oh, thank you very much. As mentioned, my name is John Southwell and I'm a Councillor Agriculture to the Australian High Commission to India, although I am coming to you from just outside Canberra in Australia, and you can see the farm shed in my background. I'm actually sitting on a farm right now speaking to you. Our job mainly is to advance Australia's interests within India, but also to work on cooperation between Australia and India on all matters relating to technical market access, as well as cooperation on agricultural management, water, and a number of other aligned areas. And one of our key aims is to actually grow the Australia-India bilateral relationship from an agricultural perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Can I have a short, brief intro on satellite applications catapult London by Mr. Mark Germer?
Of course. So Mark Jarman, Head of Agriculture at the Satellite Applications Catapult. We are one of 9 catapults established by the UK government to transform the UK capability for innovation in specific areas and to help drive future economic growth. In my role, I'm very much focused around how we can harness satellite technologies, data connectivity to really enhance agricultural systems around the world. I'm very fortunate in that I get to engage with stakeholders from across value chains in different countries and really see how we can leverage the mutual empowering capability of the catapult to tackle challenges, bringing together information.
Right. Thank you so much. Can we have a perspective or a short bio on Jain Irrigation Systems Limited by Dr. Sangeeta Ladha, please?
Good morning, Mr. Saubek. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah, you're audible. Yeah.
I'm Dr. Sangeeta, Vice President Marketing with Jain Irrigation Systems Limited, and Jain Irrigation is one of the largest organizations in the globally or in the space of irrigation and water management. Apart from that, we are also one of the largest player in food processing in mango, orange, spices, also into a largest facility of tissue culture. And apart from that, one of the largest investor in Israel, the only irrigation company which has got the largest facilities in Israel. A very large R&D center in irrigation and water management, working in this particular space since last 5 decades and above. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sangeeta. Now, if we move to the main discussion of this session, how about a question on how do you all think that the role of technology and innovation for supply chain management or irrigation of farm produce or marketing of agro produces will be redefined in post-COVID era? If I may come to Mr. Lazaro to answer this first.
Sure. So first off, thank you again for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here with your firm and also to be here with the esteemed speakers. It's a real pleasure. When I was sort of thinking about this particular innovation summit, which I love the fact that you are covering a range of different topics. One of the things that definitely came to mind was sort of the effect of COVID-19 and how, as damaging as it has been and disruptive as it has been, it also presents us with some really interesting opportunities for innovation. So, for example, at least coming from the U.S. perspective, and I think the lessons from the United States also apply to the rest of the world, the impact of COVID-19 on our agricultural sector has been the following. There's been significant supply chain disruptions, as we've seen all over the world. It's also led to regulatory disruptions in terms of how governments have to respond to these type of situations. Also operational shifts in the way that farmers, agribusiness industries, et cetera, respond to and try to operate in a COVID-19 situation. And then not only that, but on the consumer drive, how there's a real change in terms of consumer preferences and habits. So as disruptive as these things might be, this actually leads to some very significant opportunities for innovation. When you talk about sort of what's being done from the government side in the United States, we're starting to see a lot more digitization of processes. So electronic certificates, permits, those types of things, although there was already sort of a current of digitization of processes, this now has been fully accelerated due to the COVID-19 situation. Along with that, you have increased research, specifically in areas like rapid response, health, and economic security as well. And I think one area that we should also keep in mind, and this is something that was alluded to during the first part of this summit, was it's also leading to a significant amount of what you would say policy innovation in the way governments are responding to this, whether it's export promotion to diversify, because the diversification of markets helps increase rural incomes, rural infrastructure projects, so everything from rural broadband to ensure that people can have access to telemedicine or to school, community centers, community kitchens, etc. Alternative food distribution systems. So that's farmers and food banks working closer together to ensure that the populace has an adequate food supply. Also nutrition programs. How do we make sure that those less fortunate still have access to a stable food supply? Those are just some of the things that, some of the ways that governments are responding. One that I, for example, wanted to particularly highlight that we're currently engaging on in the United States is, for example, we have already introduced legislation to help the agriculture sector in response to COVID-19. Specifically, we introduced a program called the Coronavirus Food Assistance Program, which is providing payments to deliver relief to America's farmers and ranchers impacted by the coronavirus pandemic. And what USDA is doing now, which is quite interesting, is we're partnering with regional and local distributors so that they can purchase their produce, their dairy and meat supplies. And then what USDA will then handle is delivering those type of food items to food banks, community food banks, faith-based organizations, and other nonprofits. For example, in the case of India, we all saw how, unfortunately, many horticulture farmers here, farmers of fresh fruits and vegetables, were severely hit by the pandemic and how it led to, and it's the resulting supply chain shocks that it led to. So what we've done in the United States is actually, through this program, the Coronavirus Food Assistance Program, we're providing financial assistance to producers of these commodities who have suffered a 5% or greater change in price. So if these farmers can demonstrate this change in price to the government, they will then get some relief. But I think sort of another interesting area in terms of the way the U.S. agricultural system has responded has been specifically how the industry and farmers have responded. I've been especially impressed by the emergence of, for example, electronic markets and exchanges. So now, for years, we've been talking about sort of things like blockchain to decentralize markets. These things are now being further accelerated. Are using apps and other forms of information technology to, I guess you could say, cut the middleman and expedite the distribution of food products. On the farm, now that farmers can't necessarily have, let's say, an agronomist come in and assist them with farming, they're now working on more digital monitoring of their farm operations and getting guidance on how to continue their farm operations via Skype, via other sort of information technology tools. Not only that, I think one of the things that has been particularly interesting by COVID-19 is larger firms and even mid or small-sized ones can no longer rely on traditional R&D when it comes to solving solutions. I think now what it's going to take is crowdsourcing a lot of solutions in order to be able to quickly address some of the issues that have been caused by the COVID-19. So that's been a very positive development. And as I mentioned before, distribution alternatives that have developed that have emerged due to COVID-19 in the United States have been quite interesting. So there's much greater use of e-commerce and also direct sourcing and delivery through apps. So that's been another positive development. And just to kind of close off my comments, the situation obviously has the COVID-19 situation has the potential to permanently shift our agricultural industries and supply chains. And now more than ever, coordination between the public and private sectors is essential to ensure an adequate food supply and the global agricultural sector's growth. And there's a saying in the United States, and that is, and in a large part of the world, and that is, necessity is the mother of invention. And I recently came across a very interesting note from the Farm Press, and it was, if necessity is the mother of invention, a global pandemic should be the father of an innovation boom. So as difficult as this situation is, I hope that we all take to heart how the necessities that have emerged due to the situation lead to innovation boom. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think quite insightful perspective presented by Lazaro, that lot of scope are there. Actually, as you have said, that necessity is the mother of invention, but this global pandemic can be the father of innovation, and not only for farm sector, but overall economic growth, that we are all redefining ourselves every day, and we are all trying to move forward with the set of new nomenclature for any kind of movement for any sector, and especially farm sector, because so many people are engaged with that, and so many livelihood are associated with that. We had a perspective from United States. Let's go to Australia, to Canberra. John, if we can have a perspective from John about what can be the role of innovation and technology for the agriculture farm sector in future, especially in the post-COVID era.
Thank you, Steve. And I absolutely can associate myself with everything that Lazaro just said around both the opportunities, but also a lot of the risks associated with COVID-19 and the current situation that the globe finds itself in. What I would say is that, there's that age-old thing saying of don't waste the crisis. And I'd say at the moment, what I've seen in terms of the Indian government moving towards some reforms which have been announced a couple of weeks ago, we very much look forward to seeing the results of those reforms being implemented, because we do believe that there is an opportunity there to actually increase farmer income. In terms of agricultural innovation, there is a real opportunity to take up various ways of doing business, and maybe if I give a plug to my own innovation system, our own innovation system in Australia, in that we have a series of research and development corporations in Australia that deal with grains, with horticulture, with sugar, with cotton, and also meat and livestock. And they are actually now industry owned and industry driven. And each industry has an opportunity to actually put in levies based on different sales, which then enables them to, those funds are then matched by the Australian government up to a point for research and development. And that actually puts industry in the driver's seat for the actual decisions on what research should be undertaken to actually for the benefit of that industry. And it's something where if you have government basically getting out of the way of industry, while also noting that in Australia it is a nation of 25 million people, we have 300,000 farmers. In India, you have a nation of 1.3 billion, and you have 30 crore farmers. So I do appreciate that the scales are very different, but there is the opportunity to actually really build on innovation through and encourage private investment, as well as encourage the work that's been done in the various policy announcements by the Modi government. And we would be very interested in seeing those being legislated to then hopefully assist with the various changes in the supply chain, hopefully mitigate some of the supply chain disruptions by encouraging greater private investment in agriculture, but also noting that there has been a great opportunity for governments across the world in relation to certification, greater will towards digitisation, and the opportunity to actually, undertake things such as what I'm doing right now, which is a meeting where I'm sitting on a farm in rural New South Wales, speaking to a number of people in India and across the world. So there is a good opportunity here, and even say, for example, through the use of WhatsApp and various technologies, I would say that despite the current fog associated with across the world, possibly the world has actually never been more connected. We should harness that.
Yeah, wonderful. I think what John has tried to emphasize that world is connected, and we are feeling that more than ever because even we are all sitting at home, locked under lockdown, and even we are not going to do much of activity, but we are still connected. As you have rightly said, you're sitting in Canberra and sitting in Delhi, someone sitting in London, and someone sitting in other part of the world, and we are talking and connected, and we're talking about innovation and technology for agricultural growth. I think, yes, you rightly said that world is connected, and I think that is the move forward. I think what you have rightly said that, John, that all the governments now should come together to build up a comprehensive economic policy, keeping in mind the agriculture sector. I think Dalci Badolian from Embassy of Brazil can shed some light on that, on how technology and innovation can be leveraged more and more for the growth of agriculture sector, keeping in mind the menace of COVID and post-COVID scenario.
Okay. To help to respond to your question, I would like to share a small presentation with overview about innovation in Brazil. Let's share my screen.
And in the meantime, when Dalch is preparing a presentation, I can inform our August audience who are watching us throughout the world and India that we are doing this entire virtual summit being broadcasted live in Facebook through eGov magazine handed, and also being broadcasted on YouTube. We are also tweeting real time. Our hashtag is Elets Agri, and you are all welcome to join us more and more for the rest of the sessions as well. And you can ask your questions, and we'll try to give reply to them by our eminent expert speakers. And we'll be also be documenting this entire happening of this virtual event, and we'll be circulating that documentation, the event report, with all the stakeholders of agriculture sector, both in India and abroad. Yes, Dalchi, over to you.
Okay. Over the past few decades, Brazil has gone from a net importer of food to an agriculture powerhouse. So nowadays, Brazil is one of the big producer and exporter of several crops with a good market share. And because that, Brazil is very concerned with the impacts of COVID-19 in the food chain. So Brazil have taken several measures to guarantee the supply of food both to internal market and also for the imported countries. So the Ministry of Agriculture, working in supporting farmers, in logistics of transport, in establishing new protocols for the agri-industry, and working to guarantee the fulfillment of the export contracts without interruption. So, despite all COVID crisis, Brazil remains a reliable food supplier worldwide. Some countries have banned the exports of food for other countries. In Brazil, in contrary, Brazil increased the exports in this moment that several countries are worried about the scarcity of food. And it's impossible to talk about innovation in Brazil without talking about sustainability. And also another pillar of the Brazilian agriculture is the entrepreneurship of the farmers and the startups, for example. So the sustainability, one of the important points that is related with sustainability is the use of land. And I would like to share with all of you these numbers that Brazil preserves the original vegetation in the country. 66% of the all land in the country is maintain the original vegetation, and just 78% of the land is used for agriculture, and around 20% is used for livestock, for grass pasture. We can see here the one overview of the land preserved in Brazil. All green areas are preserved with original vegetation, and also this preservation occurred in the same time that Brazil, as I said, came from an important food country to an exporter. So it was helping with the increase in the productivity. In the last 50 years, we have increased the the production more than 5 times, and the land increased just 30%. So we could increase the production without deforesting some new areas. And it will not be possible will not be possible without the innovation and research in agriculture. And we have one of the most important infrastructure. The Embrapa is the Brazilian Agriculture Research Corporation that have developed a very important role in the last 50 years in helping Brazil increase the productivity based in science, based in technology and innovation. I would like to highlight some of these technologies that help Brazil increase the productivity, and same time make the agriculture more sustainable. So one is the minimum and no tillage system that help to help in conservation of the soil. Another is the biological fixation of the nitrogen. Also the recovery of degraded pastures, and the double crop system. Without irrigation, we can have 2 crops in the same area in 1 year. This week, Brazil launched one very important program related with innovation in agriculture, is that the Bioagro Input Program. It's a program to support and promote the research in biological control. Brazil is incentivizing the research in this area of use of bioinputs in agriculture, and it will make the Brazilian agriculture even more sustainable and less dependent of chemical inputs. One area that Brazil has developed very well in the last few years, is the innovation environment. So we have a lot of startups growing up in Brazil. We have in this scenario of startups one high involvement of the farmers. The farmers participate in hackathons, showing their problems to the developers, to the programmers, and even participating as investors in the startups. We have also a good net of institutions working in innovation and agriculture, all then connect and support the new startups. And the last 2 years, the Embrapa, our public research agriculture company, realized one census to identify which startups are working in agriculture in Brazil. It was made by Embrapa and two another Brazilian institutes. So they classified the startups that are working in before the farm, inside the farm, and after farm, and identify big number of startups work in this area. They are classified in different categories with a total of 1,125 startups. So I would like to highlight that this number increased 3 times, one from 2018 to 2019. So it's demonstrate how this environment of innovation in startups is developing in Brazil. And because that, India also is a country that has been innovating in this area with a good environment for innovation. So Brazil, the Embassy of Brazil started in 2018 on program about Brazilian India Agritech Mission. So in 2018, four startups come to India, participate in the Agritech Bangalore Fair. We have also one delegation of farmers of Brazil that come to India to see how is the system and environment for developing new technologies and innovation in agriculture. And last year, 2019, we started a very fruitful partnership with the ICAR, especially with Pulsa Krishi, to start a cross incubation program. So five startups, Brazilian startups, came to India last year for a 2 weeks incubation program in Delhi, in Hyderabad. It was a very good event with very good results, and it was programmed for April this year. Five Indian startups going to Brazil. Unfortunately, because the coronavirus crisis was not possible, but it was postponed for future date. But uh, uh, all of this demonstrate the potential of innovation and make the agriculture more sustainable and more profitable. And all of these are related also with the challenges that we are facing today with the coronavirus crisis. And for Brazil to become, to maintain as one of the important producer for your own people and for the world and sustain the food chain, the innovation is fundamental, and we believe that we need to continue to improve in this area, and the cooperation between India and Brazil is in this area. Two big countries, two countries with high, powerful agriculture and with the well-developed innovation system. So it's very important to continue the cooperation in this area.
Thank you, Dalchi. I think if we can take the crux of his presentation and what kind of innovation and various steps taken by Brazilian government, and also between Brazil and India collaboration in the farm sector, we can say that the new mantra, the new age mantra of, or the new world order of agricultural sector will be innovation-led, innovation-led sustainable agriculture model. And I think that will help us, all the governments, be it Brazil, be it UK, be it US, be it Australia, with other countries, that and more global collaboration have to take place. As I was seeing the slide which was mentioned by Dalchi, that is saying that there are more than 1,100 startups are there in Brazil, agro startups. I was going to Startup India website. I think I saw around more than 3,000 startups, agro startups are there registered in Startup India website. I think in US there must be more startups, agro startups. In London there must be more agro startups. In Australia there must be more startups. And if we can leverage that entire power and force of all these startups together, and that can only happen if we can have more and more dialogue between governments, between communities, and between stakeholders in this kind of platform. And that has been the aim for Elets Media, to create this platform, the virtual platform where best of the minds, best of the experts can come together and share their experience, so the knowledge sharing happens. And from that knowledge sharing, we can get an idea which can be taken forward for the future generation of agriculture farm sector. With this, I'll come to Mark Germer. Mark, I know it's early morning for you in London, but what is your take on the role of technology and innovation, or how we should redefine our role of technology and innovation for the growth of farm sector in future?
I think you make some interesting points there about the the entrepreneurs, the startups, the ecosystems that are growing. I think what COVID has done is it's certainly shown a light on the food sector and the importance of it, and really showcased how complex, interdependent, and global and local it is, how it's evolving, and ultimately how it's been fundamentally quite successful in being responsive to knocks and challenges. And I'm very fortunate in that I work for an organization that is neutral in its ethos and setup, and it allows us to engage with the technology businesses, the innovators, but also policymakers and the supply chain. And I sit in the UK Food and Drink Sector Council's innovation working group that's very much looking at how can we harness innovation and technology appropriately to address the needs of the sector, both now within a COVID environment, but beyond that. And I think we have to recognise that COVID has probably shone a light on some of the challenges, but fundamentally most of them existed before COVID and needed addressing anyhow. And what we've seen in the UK, for example, is that supply chains have been fairly resilient, but that there has been particular failures, and that's been driven by probably a consumer habit that wasn't quite expected to manifest itself. To give you an example, we've struggled really in the UK to get hold of eggs just from that supply chain breaking down. This week I was on a call with the Colombian government and looking at changing needs in relation to production of cacao and avocado, and we were seeing a changing dynamic brought about by COVID related to export and ensuring that produce was fit for purpose for the import markets from the US and Europe, and that was really driving them to look at new methodologies and processes around digital transformation, traceability, and ensuring kind of transparency. And what we've seen in kind of a dialogue in the UK, that there's certainly a better need for oversight of the system, and that system to enable multi-stakeholders to better understand and manage the overall system and their specific part in that. And that needs to be thought about at a variety of different scales. I think we've seen from COVID a move towards more kind of local and self-sufficiency, particularly in countries that are on net importers, but also an increasing awareness about the role of waste and our need to better manage supply and demand. You see in the UK the amount of milk that has been wasted just because people cannot go and get their morning coffee from the variety of coffee chains that exist here. Why can't they do that? It's because we can't change the fundamentals of contracts that exist underneath that. And if we think about it, there's massive opportunities that COVID has also highlighted because of some of the failures. If you take the small matter of Brexit here in the UK and the changing terms of labour, we are facing here a massive shortage in terms of labour for harvest this year. And the UK government has put out a massive push to basically call on the population to go and ensure that we can harvest that. What has it done from a technology and innovation push? Well, it's focused our need to link into automation and robotics and really push through some of the innovation there. What are we seeing from a retail perspective? Well, we're seeing consumer habits change and therefore a push for local, more nutritious food. And that is influencing some of the innovation we're seeing around genetics, around safety of produce. If you saw this week, there was an investment in the US of $250 million in a business that's looking at a special coating on fresh produce to extend shelf life, ensure that we have produce available. And also we've got a strong focus on digitization and the use of AI and analytics. And when I engage with the community, and we've been talking to a colleague, Anam Rahman, who's been developing an initiative called the COVID-19 Food Supply. where he's looked at it and gone, it's a global challenge, and we need to bring together, data scientists, a community, operations researchers, applied mathematicians to try and address this fundamental challenge. We as a Catapult, we are working with our colleagues at another Catapult, the Digital Catapult, to address the UK food supply chain with a concept called Feed UK, where we can very much work with the food sector and make sure that we're conceiving an activity that's driven by the food sector, led by the system, and built with the system to deliver benefits for the system. And that's important because you recognise in the innovation side of production, whether it's here in the UK, India, South America, Southeast Asia, we all have very similar challenges. We all have access to a lot of data. We are connected, but fundamentally, are we actually leveraging that technology appropriately? And I very much agreed with the comment of one of our earlier speakers in the session this morning that innovation is a tool, and if we can harness that appropriately with the needs of the user at the heart of it and understand the dynamics, the systems that are in place, and actually showcase and create value propositions across that with new business models, then we have an opportunity to really deliver some change. I think what COVID has highlighted is that the world can come together. There is a global, willingness to tackle a crisis. We have a fundamental crisis that exists beyond COVID in terms of the impacts of climate change. And what will be interesting to see is can we take the same responsiveness to mitigate climate change, deliver resilience, and ensure technology and innovation is within that moving forwards.
Quite interesting and insightful discussion. I'll just take a cue from what Mark has said, that there's also there's a case and scenario. We'll come to Dr. Sangeeta Lada right after this. But interesting phenomenon is happening in India. We know about migration, right? That the next generation farmers are leaving villages and coming to urban areas, and we're talking about more and more urbanization, right? But this phenomena, COVID thing, has help us to see that it's now the reverse migration is happening. So maybe that's an opportunity, that because more and people are going back to their villages, maybe they'll be engaged with farming sector again. And I think that's also a huge opportunity when it comes to skilling and upskilling all the existing farmers and new breed of farmers also with the new technology, so that they can understand and realize the importance of using technology and leveraging innovation, so that they can get more produce, those can be marketed in a better way, and they get the right price. I think in that perspective, vis-a-vis importance of technology and innovation, if Dr. Sangeeta Lada can shed some perspective on that. The Indian
thank you, Mr.
perspective.
Soubik. Yeah, sure. Thank you, Mr. Soubik. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah, you're audible. Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, India has seen a good amount of volatility, uncertainty, migrations, and instability, which you mentioned. In case of agriculture, what we foresee the glaring challenge is a labor shortage, apart from supply chain disruptions, liquidity crunch, and economic visibility of operations, of farming operations. But every crisis comes up with an opportunity, and COVID crisis is something which enables us to scale up technological interventions and take up resource use efficiency, which was today corroborated in the morning by Dr. Dalwai also. That smart farming is something which we as an organization we have been talking for last a decade and above, but which has not really happened the way we wanted it to be. And I think this crisis has given us an opportunity to promote mechanization, automation, and a decision support system in agriculture. Today, with this advent of smartphones and internet connectivity all across the country, it is possible for a grower to control farm operations in real time from a remote location, and that too precisely with limited resources. So adoption of technologies which were once dubbed as futuristic and too sophisticated are imperative now. And I believe that this crisis is actually going to focus on this. I want to reflect on two parts. One is on the irrigation and second is on the supply chain part. Post-COVID, there is a high consciousness on immunity, hygiene, sanitation, clean production of food, traceability, a sort of contactless packaging, distribution and all. Now, all this calls for transformation of the traditional or existing food supply chain to value chain, which means implementation of good agricultural practices, phytosanitary standards on the ground, and as such, a processor, a food processor, shall have to be involved in all aspects of production, right from sowing to harvesting and capacity building, hand holding of the farmers, and being involved in all package of practices on the ground till the material is processed. I'm proud to say that we are one of the organizations who are into largest processing of mango, onion, banana puree, spices, strawberry, orange, jackfruit, and all. And all these activities we have been doing for almost 10 to 15 years. But it is now time that all these activities needs to be scaled up with cluster farming and linking of all these clusters and the farmer producer organization to processors, and the relationship between the processor and the farmer not just remaining that of a buyer and a purchaser, but much more beyond that. And as you rightly mentioned, capacity building. This was on the food supply part. But before that, I would also like to reflect on what is the scenario on the water part, on the irrigation part. Because 5 years down the line, between 2025 to 2050, India is arriving at a situation wherein the water demand shall surpass availability, and the country is staring at a water apocalypse. Our per capita water availability has already dropped below the 1700 cubic meter, which is a cutoff limit, and we are approaching to a scenario from a high water stressed country to a water scarce level. And water and agriculture are intricately linked. In fact, water is directly linked with productivity of agriculture. Water crisis significantly impacts not just agriculture productivity, but overall economic prosperity, and is an escalating challenge for business. On the other hand,
you moderation the third session.
uh, on the other hand, India is also having a good amount of monsoon. In the morning, we must have heard in the inaugural speech by Dan that Israel has only between 100 to 500 of rains, whereas India has almost 1000 of rains, and 72% of geographical area of the country receives precipitation above 750 And then the question is, why are we so water stressed and glaring at a water catastrophe when a country like Israel can manage with hardly 100 rains? So the reason is that India is not water stressed on account of quantum of water available, but the management of water. And this demands a remarkable transformation and a tectonic shift in our approach from productivity, talking not just about kilograms per hectare or yield per hectare, to water productivity. That is kilogram per cubic meter of water used, and which is a resource use efficiency. And I believe with the labor crunch and with the economical feasibility looming large on the agriculture sector, farming is unthinkable without adoption of technology, and especially with micro irrigation technology, because it is an innovation which is there for last 30-40 years. It has been proven that micro irrigation leads to irrigating twice the area with available water, at the same time increasing the yields, reduction in pesticides, fertilizers. So achieving food security with increasing yields, achieving water security with saving in waters, apart from that, saving in energy. So energy security. So food security, water security, and energy security, and also India's target of doubling farmers' income is achievable with this particular technology. And Mr. Soumik, you would be surprised to know, also the panel, that though we have 70 million hectares in the country which is irrigated, till date, hardly 15 to 20% of the area is under micro irrigation. So still in India, we say technological technological interventions in terms of automation, remote sensing, everything is there in place. IoT is there, blockchain is there, but the basic for the precision farming, for the adoption of precision farming, is micro irrigation, which we need to have it in every farm. And major disruption in this sector is micro irrigation has also is now being used for field crops like rice and wheat. Once upon a time, this technology was used only for horticulture, but now today, rice, wheat. Apart from that, water guzzler crops like sugarcane and cotton, we have been using it, and the results are astounding, because 50 to 60% increase in yields, you consuming 50% less water, and less pumping and less energy. So post-COVID, it is a shift to systems which are economically viable, technically feasible, environmentally sustainable, and socially adaptable, and getting a larger area coverage with a mantra of more crop per drop and greater resource use efficiency or water use efficiency. I think I'll come back on this other points later on. This is what I would conclude for the irrigation and supply chain at this moment.
A very interesting thought, Dr. Sangeeta, and as you rightly said, that it's not about the only water scarcity in India, but about the water management. And as you rightly pointed out, our focus should be more and more in micro irrigation, and we have to use technology. There's no other option. And I think this crisis will actually help us to come up with new measures, new policies also, to think about the irrigation sector and supply chain management, especially in reference to agriculture sector. I think we have come to the last leg of this wonderful, insightful panel discussion. Maybe we can end with a short ending note from all of you. Let me go to Canberra again. John, what will be, if I ask you in 2 sentences or 3 sentences, that what is your opinion that how global communities can come together more and more for the growth of farm sector? We have discussed about technology, policy in terms of policy. If we can focus that, if we think that what kind of new policy should be there, and how all government should work together to build up a comprehensive agricultural growth policy, keeping in mind the post-COVID era. Maybe 5 minutes each from all of us. John, to start with you.
Okay. Thank you, Sajid. And I'd probably say that 5 minutes is not nearly enough that I'd be able to cover all of that. But maybe if I could just point out 2 or 3 things. Number one is that innovation isn't just about using technology. It's also about undertaking things in a different way. So, innovative practices or different ways of doing things. So technology doesn't necessarily have to be the driver. It's actually sometimes the technology is the enabler, but it's actually a different way of thinking. 2 other things that I'd point out is that number one is that we need to be very, very careful about just simply picking up a model which has been in one place and just putting it straight down in another, and making sure that it's very much aligned to the local conditions. Australia and India, for example, share very similar climatic conditions and water scarcity problems, and we're also both federations. We both have constitutional difficulties with state and federal responsibilities for agriculture and water as well. And I think that's something where, again, if I turn back to the point of innovation, not just being about information technology and communication services, it's also about being innovative in how you apply regulation and also constitutional and policy responsibilities. Finally, the other point that I'd probably make is that encouraging private industry to engage with each other from Australia to the United Kingdom to India to Brazil and the United States and other places as well, and making sure that we do that consistent with the rules-based order, because those international rules-based orders have been built up over decades. And while the COVID-19 crisis, world crisis, gives us the opportunity to be innovative with those, you don't want to throw the proverbial baby out with the bathwater. And those rules that have been brought up over time, we do need to make sure that we are consistent with those, and also amend them where appropriate. Because otherwise, all of our international work over the last 50 or 60 years, especially, will have been to naught.
Very interesting, John Southwell, Councillor Agriculture, Australian High Commission to India. I'll request John to stay back for 5 minutes more. I'll come to Mr. Lazaro Sandoval, Senior Agriculture Attaché, Foreign Agriculture Service, United States Department of Agriculture, United States Consulate General in Mumbai. Lazaro, your departing note for the discussion. How do you see that how global communities or global governments can come together, redefining or coming up with new policies for the agriculture sector?
Sure. So, as sort of John mentioned, our governments, through various international fora and SORA and so on, have already had these discussions on sort of how to coordinate agricultural production and policy throughout the world in a responsible fashion. So, I think that dialogue should continue and should continue in a responsible way, especially in the face of this crisis. One of the things that I've noticed. My own career as an agricultural attaché, and one of the things I noticed in my previous post was farmer to farmer interaction is actually very, very useful in terms of ensuring that we have greater collaboration between the farm sectors around the world. So, of course, governments will always collaborate. We will always have our embassies, our consulates in order to share best practices. But I think farmers being able to do that is quite helpful. I'll give you a quick example. I once helped a group of Argentine farmers go to the United States and visit with farmers in the United States. And it was absolutely brilliant to see how they were sharing best practices, kind of seeing what things work and what things don't work for each other based upon their unique agricultural systems. And I think that's absolutely key. It's perhaps we as governments helping that sort of interaction between the private sectors in different countries. I think that's where those sparks will occur and that innovation will occur. And I also would encourage that from the government side, let's not only focus on national governments, but let's also try to encourage, I believe the governments at the local, state, and national levels should also do what they can to inspire innovation from the public and private sector. I've had the chance now in my year here in India to visit a lot of rural areas in various states, and it's been absolutely amazing to see the diversity of approaches from the different states when it comes to agricultural innovation. And so I think that's another key thing. We can no longer wait for national governments to encourage innovation, but we also have to rely upon our local and state governments to encourage that as well, in addition to the private sector. And so I think really that's really it in terms of the things that we can do. The USDA's innovation agenda, for example, what we're hoping to do is to essentially stimulate innovation so that American agriculture can achieve the shared goal of increasing U.S. agricultural production by 40% while cutting our environmental footprint by half by 2050. This is quite an important goal, but we understand that innovation and a challenging goal, but we understand that innovation will be a key for it. So what I would suggest is, again, let's keep those dialogues going and let's keep them going in a responsible fashion. But let's also see what we can do to encourage greater farmer-to-farmer, industry-to-industry interaction. Because I think all of us around the world have some very interesting practices. We're all coming up with innovations. Let's find a way to further share them. And I think technology is a great way to do so. Thank you.
I think, as Lazaro has said, that it's time for more and more people connect. We use this word in diplomatic parley, that people to people connect. I think the new mantra can be farmer to farmer connect, and also leveraging technology more and more. Thanks a lot, Lazaro Sandoval. I'll go to Mr. Mr. Dalci from Embassy of Brazil in New Delhi. Dalci Begolin, your concluding note on the future of working together in terms of policy.
Okay. Before the coronavirus crisis, if you come back to January, the scenario was that we had a scenario that the FAO forecasts for the increase of population is that we would have a scarcity of food in 2050. And also the problems with the increase of depletion of natural resources, the climate change, the increase of CO2 in atmosphere, and then suddenly these problems seems to be secondary. Now we have a very short-term problem that is the coronavirus. But in reality, these old problems remains the same, and now they are aggravated with the coronavirus crisis because now we have a disruption in the movement of people, and it affects also the movement of goods, and as consequence also the movement of the food. So it's a challenge to maintain the supply chain working in this scenario, but the old problems remains. So we need to work together to resolve it, and innovation is has a very important role in this area to create alternatives and solutions that help people to overcome these problems. And there are two ways to work on that. We can strengthen the countries can be more closer, or the countries can try to cooperate more and be more open for each other. So I'm sure that innovation has a very important role to solve these problems, and the cooperation will be fundamental to get these results, to find the farmers and to the make the population be, be beneficial with these results.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dalchi from Brazilian Embassy. I'll come to Mark, but before that, I'll come to Dr. Sangeeta Ladha. Dr. Sangeeta, I'll request John to stay back for just 5 minutes. We have a special thing just end of this session. We will end up in 5 minutes, so maybe 2.5 minutes from Dr. Sangeeta and 2.5 minutes from Mr. Mark.
I'm sorry, sir. I do actually have to go. I'm sorry. I have another pressing engagement, but Dhanyavad and Kalamaninge.
Okay, thank you so much. Milte hai. Dhanyavad. Okay. So Dr. Sangeeta, you're concluding because we're running short of time, maybe 2.5 minutes for you, and then I'll come to Mark.
Irrigate the crop, not the land, with smart farming techniques, digital farming for mitigating the risk in agriculture, and by deploying site-specific treatments. And more important is modernization of the canal command area with integrated water resources management and last mile connectivity with micro irrigation. Whether it is a solar pump or it's a canal command area, the entire irrigation network should not remain a mere water distribution, but has to be designed on the principle of integrated water resource management and a shift from traditional supply-based system to demand-based system in case of irrigation, and adoption of smart farming techniques with automation is a way forward. Thank you.
Quite nice, Dr. Sangeeta. Integrated water resource management. That's insightful. Ending note, I must say. I'll come to Mark German. Mark, your concluding remark.
No, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to talk on this panel, and I really enjoyed the insights of my fellow panelists. On my last visit to India with the British High Commission in December, it was very heartening to kind of hear how there's a real focus on cross-government innovation and linked to policy and funding to see, okay, can we come together to tackle these broader challenges? And I think I very much concur with Lazario's comments and John's comments around, farmer to farmer interaction and, innovation doing things in different ways. And I think that's important to recognize, because we all live and work in different geographies, and food supply chains are global. Different geographies, different farmer base have different needs, and therefore, unless you are going to look at how technology innovation is placed within the local context, it will fundamentally fail. And that's why collaboration is fundamentally key. And if we can do that appropriately, then you start to remove some of the barriers of trust. And that's trust from a cultural perspective, from a relationship perspective, but also from a digital and data perspective. So you start to create that open environment to share that information. And if we can link business, big agri-business, who are very dominant players here across the global supply chains, with finance, and then link that with policy, we create the playground for innovators to really look at supporting the global sector and deliver the business models that look at where value can be shared. And I think my closing remark, and very pertinent for Indian agricultural production, is how do you do that in a way where you benefit the smallholder? And if we don't do that, and we focus on very much a capitalist view, then production will be stifled. And if we're sensible, we look at that, we look at where the value has to be shared, then we can benefit those at the bottom end of production who we all rely on. And that will really, really deliver a change to production moving forward in a post-COVID world.
Yeah, Mark, I think what you have said, that removing the barriers of mistrust and bridging the gap more and more, I think It reminds me of a famous quote by a director when he won the Oscars. He said that time has come for us to remove the barrier of subtitles so that we can get exposed to world cinema more. I think it's all about removing the barriers and connecting with people and communities and disruptors more and more to build up a comprehensive agriculture policy in post-COVID era. Thanks a lot, Mr. Lazaro, Mr. Mark, Mr. Dalchi, Dr. Sangeeta, and John, who has just left. He has an urgent meeting. But before we end this session, I'd just like to inform all of you and our viewers that we are called Elets Technomedia. We are a technology and media research organization. We are publishing 4 magazines: eGov, which is India's first magazine on e-governance; eHealth, which was again India's first magazine on innovation for health sector; Digital Learning, which talks about innovation in education sector, both school, higher, technical and skill education; and the Banking and Finance Post magazine, which talks about innovation in banking and finance sector. All these magazines are niche magazines, were in print for last 17, 16, 15 years. And we just want to launch the digital issue of 200th issue of eGov magazine, which is India's and Asia's first magazine on e-governance. We are celebrating the landmark 200th issue, which is being printed for last 17 years uninterrupted. And if I can ask my colleague, Mr. Prabhakar, to play the video, the digital launch of eGov's 200th issue. Thank you all. That was the 200th issue of eGov magazine. You can log into egov.eletsonline.com. And again, all our happening of this event has been broadcasted live in Facebook and YouTube channels through eGov magazine handle. I see people are commenting and everything. So it's interactive. And I think if some questions comes to us, we can share those with you and we can reply to that. And we'll be also documenting the entire session brief, and we'll be making an event report. We'll be circulating it to all the stakeholders, including you. Thanks a lot, Mr. Lazaro Sandoval, Mr. Mark German, Dal Chibagoni, and Dr. Sangeeta Lada for joining us today in a wonderful panel discussion on how to move forward with global collaborations, keeping in mind technology, agro-tech, agro-innovation, supply chain management policies for the growth of farm sector in future in post-COVID era. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With this, thank you so much.
Bye, Mr.
With this, we'll move on to the next session. We'll have a short break and we'll come up with a special address by the special guest of this conference, Dr. B. Janardhan Reddy, Agriculture Production Commissioner and Secretary, Agriculture and Cooperation Department, Government of Telangana, who is doing a lot of innovation in the government spectrum for agriculture sectors. So we'll be joined by him shortly with my colleague, Mr. Sudhir Gautam, who's a Senior Assistant Editor and Bureau Chief, Telangana Bureau Elets Technomedia Limited. So we'll be starting in 10 minutes time with a special address by Dr. B. Janardhan Reddy from Government of Telangana, which will be followed by a special address by Mr. Rajesh Kankipati, Collector and District Magistrate, Surendranagar, Gujarat, and he'll be giving a special address on APM and ECA, APMC and ECA reforms. Thank you so much.
भारत एक युवा देश है। विश्व में हमने युवाओं की आईटी एनर्जी के माध्यम से अपना एक रुतबा खड़ा किया है और भारत इसके बाद के लिए गर्व कर सकता है। दुनिया में हम आंख में आंख मिला करके बात कर सकते हैं। और ये मेरा साफ मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ, आईटी प्लस आईटी इज इक्वल टू आईटी। इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी प्लस इंडियन टैलेंट इज इक्वल टू इंडिया टुमारो। भारत एक युवा देश है। विश्व में हमने युवाओं की आईटी एनर्जी के माध्यम से अपना एक रुतबा खड़ा किया है और भारत इसके बाद के लिए गर्व कर सकता है। दुनिया में हम आंख में आंख मिला करके बात कर सकते हैं। और ये मेरा साथ मैं हमेशा कहता आया हूँ, आईटी प्लस आईटी इज इक्वल टू आईटी। इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी प्लस इंडियन टैलेंट इज इक्वल टू इंडिया टुमारो। भारत एक युवा देश है। विश्व में हमने युवाओं की आईटी एनर्जी के माध्यम से अपना एक रुतबा प्राप्त किया है और भारत इसके बाद के लिए गर्व कर सकता है। दुनिया में हम आंख में आंख मिला करके बात कर सकते हैं। और ये मेरा साफ मैं हमेशा कहता आया हूँ, आईटी प्लस आईटी इज इक्वल टू आईटी। इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी प्लस इंडियन टैलेंट इज इक्वल टू इंडिया टुमारो।
Hello viewers, welcome back to Elets Agriculture Innovation Virtual Summit. We have been joined by Sri Rajesh Kankipati, IS Officer, Collector and District Magistrate, Surendra Nagar, Gujarat. He'll be giving a special address on APMC and ECA reforms. He'll be joined by Himangani Rajput, my colleague and Senior Assistant Editor and Bureau Head, Gujarat. Just to inform our viewers that in the first half we had two important sessions. The inaugural saw presence of policymakers from Government of India, from State Government of Uttar Pradesh, and also our friend from Israel. He joined from Israel. He's the Agriculture Attaché in the Embassy of Israel in New Delhi. And then we had a panel discussion on the global perspective. There we had speaker from United States Department of Agriculture, from Embassy of Brazil in New Delhi, from Embassy of High Commission of Australia in New Delhi, and also Mr. Mark German from London. He joined us along with Dr. Sangeeta Ladar, Jain Irrigation Systems Limited. And that session also delved upon various issues on technology, innovation for supply chain management, how new policies can be made to tackle Corona crisis and post-COVID era. It was an insightful session as well, and entire sessions were broadcasted live in Facebook and YouTube through eGov channels, and this session also will be broadcasted live through Elets eGov magazine handle in Facebook and YouTube. So over to you, Hemangini and Mr. Rajesh Kankipati.
Thank you so much, Shavik sir. Hello, everyone. Welcome to today's session. So, continuing to our summit, we have seen that today we got many speakers, those who have given very insightful ideas and sessions. So, continuing to that, we have today K. Rajesh Kankipati sir. He is the district magistrate and collector of Surendranagar district in Gujarat. He has worked in very wide area in this field. So, and because of this situation today due to COVID-19, the crisis what we are facing in this industry, I mean agriculture, which हम crisis face कर रहे हैं, I think we will be having very beautiful insights from Rajesh ji. Sir, what are your views on APMC and ECA reforms? As you were discussing earlier also in yesterday's webinar we have seen, so you were giving few inputs. So we would like to hear from you more on that, sir.
Yeah, thank you for this very short session that we have for 20 minutes. So where I'll be dwelling into the Essential Commodities Act and the Agriculture Price Marketing Committee reforms. See, the agriculture, the word is associated with the word culture. So agriculture is actually a culture, and it's a very scientific word, very scientific subject. But one needs to realize that it is not the agriculture production that is the toughest, but it is agriculture marking which is the toughest thing. And that is where really there is a need of price discovery for better prices to both the farmer and to the consumer. And there is a need for price stabilization. So very shortly, I would dwell into the Essential Commodities Act. which was enacted in the year 1955, a altogether different India, uh, which got liberated itself from the yoke of the colonialism and imperialism. And the inspiration to this Essential Commodities Act was from the Bengal famine, where Amartya Sen reports that the Bengal famine has not caused due to lack of the commodities, but it was due to the lack of distribution, proper distribution, and due to hoarding. So, in that spirit, Essential Commodities Act had some kind of an avowed intention to limit the stocking limits of certain products, and close to 22 products are there, and it depends on the price index how the Essential Commodities Act, where some commodities get included and some commodities get removed. So both the delisting and the listing process is dynamic. So recently we have seen how sanitizer and the triple layer mask and the N95 mask was actually classified as an essential commodity. But if you typically think of, say, a biscuit manufacturer, and a person who produces biscuits needs sugar, and to produce biscuits he will need to stock a lot of sugar, and today suddenly the Essential Commodities Act is invoked for sugar, then the biscuit manufacturer will be in trouble, because we say that he has hoarded a lot of sugar. So it is in this spirit that Essential Commodities Act is preventing any kind of private investment in the storage sector. We need to realize that food is eternal. Food is eternal. We need food 3 times a day, but crops are seasonal. So if we need certain crops at in certain other seasons, we need to create storage facilities, and we need post-harvest technologies in which private investment needs to come in. But because of this Essential Commodities Act, and because of the stocking limits, somehow private investment is getting shied away in the cold storage technology and also in the post-harvest technology. But we need to take one example here. Take milk, the white revolution that we had. Today, storing milk is not a crime. So we have the local dairies which are established in the village level. These dairies assemble at a point, they sell milk to a dairy which is mostly a cooperative organization. There the truck comes, the truck has cold facilities, it is called sometimes as a bulk automated unit, and the milk gets sucked into that truck and it is then sent to the dairy. So once upon a time, we had shortage in the production of milk. Today, we are the world's largest producer of milk. How did it happen? With effective storage facilities on one side, and we added value addition. So when there was excess of milk, we made milk powder, we made cheese, we made paneer, we made butter, and we made even chocolates, even buttermilk, even flavored milk. So value addition could create the necessary advancement in technology and also better prices to the dairy producers and for people who are having dairy or cattle at their homes. So this is how both price discovery happened and price stabilization happened, and both the farmer, consumer, the intermediary, and also the company at large has benefited. And the most important thing is this could be successful by a cooperative organization under the aegis of both the government and the market. So what we did for dairy, we need to do for vegetables today. And it is in this spirit that Essential Commodities Act, the Atmanirbhar Yojana of the Government of India, where Finance Minister has talked about the reforms in the agriculture sector, the Government of India will be amending a large portion of Essential Commodities Act. Still now we are not aware with the structure of this particular act, but the point is to take it in better spirit and use this act very sparingly. very sparingly in the sense that it is used very sparingly. If it is used now and then the spirit of the reform will get totally abolished. So it is in this spirit that once this Essential Commodities Act gets amended to a large extent, and if we use it very sparingly, I think the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister to double farmers' income, because we need to remember that cattle provide not only food security but also nutritional security in both the ways, one in terms of meat and another in terms of protein. So it has both the nutrition and the micronutrients. So in that way, so the way we have done it for milk, if we do it for vegetables, in that way, I think the Essential Commodities Act amendment will be a great leap forward in doubling the farmers' income by creating effective cold storages. But if I also link it with APMC, the Agriculture Produce Market Committee, let me say you today that the farmer will get only 25 to 33% of what the consumer pays. So if I am paying 50 rupees per onion, what farmer may get is around 12 to 14 rupees per kilo. And the retailer may be getting around 25% of the amount. The other 50% is shared by the retailers, is shared by the middlemen, and some is gone under wastages. So what we are seeing in APMC is that in APMC, there is a license to buy products from farmers. Farmers are mandated only to sell in the APMCs. Now, if a farmer comes with, say, a lorry, and there if he doesn't find satisfied prices, he cannot take his vehicle back because he has the fuel cost added to it and also the labor cost to load it and also to unload it. So because of these things, mostly farmer is at the mercy of both the market, and also we know that farmer is at the mercy of monsoon. So bringing revival and prosperity in farming sector involves lot of things, but agriculture markets and extension activities also play a very huge role. So in the light of this, we need to now understand that we need private investment in APMCs. Unless and until private investment doesn't come, farmer is going to suffer because of low prices. Now, generally what happens? Farmer is not having the market intelligence. Why he is not having the market intelligence? Because he is not connected to the real world and there are no forward markets in agriculture. Although in 1991 we freed up the economy, the farmer is not really freed up in terms of his liberty to sell to whomsoever he wants. So what is happening? So assume rice got produced in the season. So there is good production of rice and also rice got a good price. So in the next season, farmer will think, because we had a good price for rice, let me produce rice again. When many farmers do this, the quantity of rice and the production will increase, and this will create a glut in the market prices. That is how farmers will suffer. So what do we need? We need forward markets. How can we get forward markets? When we bring in contract farming. In contract, what will happen when contract farming come? There is this concept of farmer producer organization, FPOs. The government of India's 2020 budget talks about creating many FPOs in this country. So the general criticism that when a big player comes in, he will eat up away the farmer is a very wrong thing, because in contract farming, the corporation doesn't directly meet the farmer per se. The small and marginal farmer will come and they form something called as the farmer producer organization. There is an agreement between this farmer producer organization and the corporation, and the corporation will ask for a specific standard of product and the price is decided in advance. So the farmer also will strive for better standards and when he produces that better standard, he will also get the promised amount by the corporation that will inspire the farmer and induce the farmer to go for better investment in terms of in terms of the agriculture extension, and he will be then drive to produce a better standard produce, which in turn will benefit the farmer and also the consumer like us. So we need lot of changes in APMC by bringing in private players and bringing forward markets and discover the price and again stabilize the price and provide the right amount of price to these farmers by bringing in lot of private investment. We are seeing this happening in Punjab, Haryana, in North Gujarat, where say potatoes and tomatoes are being purchased by huge corporations for tomato ketchup and for lace. So this is how certain kind of changes, small changes will go in, will provide lot of change for the farmer at large. And if I have to say one more aspect, when the farmer goes to the APMC, there are somebody called as Agatyas who are the middlemen, and officially 8% is the commission they charge, and they charge both from the buyer and from the seller, so they are earning nearly 16% of the price. So when we bring in private investment in APMCs, technology also will come in APMC, because the spacing, the weighing methodology and the auctioning methodology will change. It can be based on an electronic module, like how we see in the Karnataka silk market, the way it is done. That kind of APMCs will so that kind of private investments will come inside the APMCs. They will operate for the time they want to operate, they will pay for it, and they will go once the season is over. So in that way, our APMCs and the private organizations can say come in tandem with each other and create a win-win-win situation, both in terms of the development of the APMC technology, APMC logistics, 2 for the corporation who is procuring, and 3 for the farmer at large. Lastly, what I would like to dwell is that the most important point would be, another thing would be the inter-free movement of these agricultural commodities across states without any taxation. So once this barrier-free movement starts, when these kind of amendments will creep in, that also will be creating lot of change. So 3 things. One is the amendment in the Essential Commodities Act. Second is the development of a model contract farming act, and 3, the free interstate movement will create a conducive atmosphere for better trade and for better income for the farmer, and also for better prices for the consumer. And lastly, when this income to the farmer enhances, what farmer will do? He will move away from cereal based food basket to a more varied food basket. His consumption pattern also will change. We need to remember today that farming provides only 15% to India's GDP, but nearly 50% of India's population is dependent on agriculture. When 50% people's income increases, it gets enhanced. The way he consumes will change. That will create nutritional outcomes, create more healthier nation, which will add up to the economic security of the nation. On the other side, when 50% of the population's food basket requirement changes, we will create not just a cereal based food agriculture economy, but the agriculture economy will get more diverse in the introduction of more millets and pulses and many other products like fruits, which generally the poor people don't consume. So in that way, we are enlarging the food basket of the country. We are enlarging the diversification of the agriculture. As we see, Punjab, Haryana were mostly rice, wheat, and sugar cane rice, wheat, and sugarcane based agriculture. So that will get diversified. And what will it also promote? Better water management, because the production of 1 kg rice requires 5,000 liters of water. The production of 1 kilo of sugarcane requires 3,000 liters of water. So these are all water intensive crops. When 50% food basket get diversified, we will get into better groundwater management also. So I think these three big reforms in this COVID season, with regard to the Essential Commodities Act, where the limiting of stocks will be removed and better storage technologies will creep in, change in the APMC Act, and where the both the producers, processors, exporters, and retailers will have direct contact to the farmers. And the last thing, the interstate free movement of these goods will bring in lot of revolution. Before I depart, I want to say Bihar had abolished the APMC Act in 1997, and it has resulted in chaos. So the withdrawal of the government is not the solution from APMC. What is needed is only a slight retreat of the government and bring in private player, which will create that the required prosperity for the farmer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your beautiful insights. I think this is much necessary that now we should, looking at the aspects as of now, we should definitely go ahead with this and the three aspects that you told us. So moving ahead, I would request now Shauvik Goswami from Elets Technomedia to take over this session, as we have Dr. Janardhan Reddy with us right now. So we can continue with that. Ji, Shauvik ji.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Hemangini,
Hemangini, and thank you, Mr. Shaw.
Thank you so much, Rajeshji. Thank you so much for, to take, you took out time for our session today, and it was pleasure having you here, Rajeshji, today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much. With this, we move on to the next section. So the next section will be focusing on Israel. Why Israel? The reason is quite simple. We know that Israel is known for its agriculture innovation, and Israel and India is collaborating a lot of agriculture innovation and technology, and a lot of agro startups are helping in their counterparts in agriculture sector. For this, we have three special speakers for this session. We have Mr. Oded Distel, CEO Talia Agriculture Solutions. He'll be joining us from Israel. Mr. Vinod Mehta, Senior Trade Officer, Embassy of Israel, New Delhi. And also will be joining by Mr. Rahul Shah, Chairman, Gajali Life Sciences LLP and Grand Harvest. You must be thinking why Mr. Rahul Shah is joining the session on Focus Israel. Because Mr. Rahul Shah and his companies, what they are doing, they have got a huge focus and they have got solutions and everything for Israeli market. So I'll request Mr. Rahul Shah to give a brief presentation of 10 minutes on what they are doing and what they can offer to Israel. And then we can have a perspective from Mr. Vinod Mehta and Oded Distel. Mr. Rahul Shah, Chairman, Gajali Life Science LLP and Grand Harvest.
Hello, I'll give you my introduction. As we have established Gajali Group of Companies in the year 2003, myself, Rahul Shah, and we started the work of R&D for making herbal cosmetics and herbal pharmaceutical products. From there, that was not possible. We couldn't come out of it. But then we achieved making fertilizers from the herbs which are not being used regularly and which are hidden. I am not bringing anything new, I am just bringing the technology way back, the culture of India, past 1000 years coming back in the future. There are many benefits. I shall share my presentation of the company.
Mr. Shah, you can see a screen sharing option there. Share screen. You start.
I have done that, but I don't know. I'm unable to do it. Anyways, let's go ahead with the other points. We have done this. We have created this product where you don't need to use any DAP in the field, nor urea. You just have to dip the seeds and the saplings into what you call the fertilizer, liquid fertilizer, which will be a solution in 15 liters of water. Just dip the seeds and you need to plant it. Now what we have done is we have taken lot many herbs from the forest and we have kept on trying for last 7 years. Before the dosing was 250 ml, now it has come down to 25 ml. We are further trying to go ahead. The key point of this is plant is able to absorb all the minerals from the climate, from the ozone, as the plant does while rainy season. The plantation of rainy season is totally different and the plantation of other seasons are totally different. The reason is the plant gets a strength from the nature to absorb the nutrients, micronutrients from the rainwater. Same thing happens when certain herbs combine and give their strength, they transform their strength to the plant which has been hidden. The technology has been hidden. Nobody has been tried up till now. There are no leftovers used in this, no residue manicures of any animals. Only we use cow urine at a certain limit to boost the fermentation of certain herbs which are not possible without the cow urine. And the best part of this is when we spray the fertilizer solution to the plant, the leaf absorbs the nutrients first, then it transfers to the stem, then it transfers to the roots and roots to the soil. That is how the things are created. Farmers are always afraid that if we start using organic fertilizer, then the yield and production is going to lapse. It's going to hit. But it's not like that. You will get the same production. In fact, you might, if the things are used properly, you might also get an enhancement of the product. The production will also enhance. Certain times we have seen that in certain crops like tomato, let me take an example of tomato, you need to use 3 to 4 products for one single product, single farming. But here you have to use only one thing. No other product has to be used. The tomato is going to come in the same size, same weight. And the residue value of the end product is going to come down to into a great extent. The reason not making zero is because already conventional farming is been done on the land. So the residual value is not going to come zero until 2 years. Second thing, the immunity of the plant. The immunity system of the plant is going to boost. Plant is same like what the humans are. The disease are same like what it goes into the human. Now what we have given in this fertilizer is the immunity strength of the plant will go high. Second thing, we have used the herbs which doesn't get affected by the nature. Like monsoon gets higher rainfall, higher wind flow, which will not affect to the plant till certain levels. If there is, I give you an example, if there is 10 inch of water if the stem bends, after using this fertilizer, the plant will stand till 15 inches of water it will hold. It will not bow down. It will stand erect very firmly with the land. And second thing is it will not spoil the land. The land will go on going fertile. The yield, the production, everything has to increase. After 2 years, the farmer will not be using pesticides. In the first year itself, the use of pesticide will be controlled like anything. The farmer will not be using more than 25 to 30% pesticide. And the best part of this fertilizer is there are no restrictions. When you spray, there are no restrictions to the farmer to tie cloth or anything. It will not lead farmer to any disease. We are also trying for pesticides, but that herbs extraction doesn't stay for a long. So we are trying to go ahead with that, which also gives all the jumps which are not possible with the conventional farming or pharmaceutical. But these herbs, they are just miracle on the planet. Just miracle on the planet. Like I had read one article of the father of fertilizer, Mr. Justin Owen Lee, who has written the article and published on the internet. And he has told that using DAP, using urea, NPK, using NPK in conventional method is disturbing the planet, ruining the planet. Planet has taken many years to come into the biological reform. And we have spoiled the planet in few years. We have spoiled that biological cycle in few years. Now again to bring that biological cycle, you need to use the organic fertilizer which is being prepared by the herbs which will help the planet Earth to come into biological cycle very fast. How can I share this prospect of Justin Lee? How do I share this on the screen?
Yes, Mr. Rahul, please tell me.
How do I scan the literature of Dr. Justin von Liebig on the screen, the scientist of German agronomist who had discovered DAP and urea?
Yeah, I think you have to share through your screen, but you can send it to us and we can share with Mr. Oded and Vinod Mehta later on also.
Okay, fine. So before many years before these things was discovered in 1800, before that the farming was done in India with a natural resources farming which we had already forgotten. And we have started shifting to conventional farming from 1800, whatever the years are. From 18th century, we have turned out for conventional farming. Again, to go back to this, there are certain herbs which are very powerful and which makes the plant stronger, which gives good yield. And most of the diseases are already discontinued by using them. When the plant and the production by conventional farming comes, even a small child today, in the brain, if some elderly person sees him in a different way, the child won't like, he will abuse that elderly one. This was not the culture of India which has gone because of conventional farming. Impotential, fertility problems, everything has come due to conventional farming. You can see me, I have just undergone through operation of cancer. The reason is taking trials on the field with pesticides. Certain things that hit my body and I am fallen sick and went through an operation. I don't want any other farmers from India or the world to go under this situation. We need to convert this into organic farming at any cost. And this organic fertilizer is equivalent to conventional fertilizer. We have tried it in all the aspects, in all the crops. Almost all the crops we have tried, one by one, one by one. We have got success in all the crops, on all the soil, red soil, black soil, all the soil. Even the soil, which is, I can give an example, for growing strawberry, you need lots of micronutrients for growing strawberry. When you remove the strawberry, if you want to grow any another product on that soil, it gives vague production. It gives vague production because the micronutrients are still present in the land. Here again, our product comes to control the things. There are certain herbs which doesn't show technically when we put into the lab. They doesn't show the criteria, but they have certain types of rhizobiums, certain types of azobacteria into them, which controls in a different manner, which is unbelievable. Like rhizobiums coming from herbs and plants, certain plant leaf, it works tremendous well. I can give you one example and one ingredient what we are putting into the system, like cactus. Lots of iron into it. Like banana leftover plants. Lots of calcium into it. When we dip in, when we put that into the system, it gets fertilized and it dissolves by itself. It gets dissolved. It is dissolved by itself. Which type of land, which type of crop they need the ingredients, it is already present in the herbs. Copper, calcium, iron, everything is present into the system. Nitrogen, giving nitrogen NKP from potassium, nitrogen giving from natural resources are much more better and faster for the plant to get absorbed. Giving conventionally, it harms the plant, harms the land, and it spoils the biological reform of the land. But if you are giving it naturally, which you have converted from the herbs, which have been given from the herbs, it works fantastically. It might have a low dosing when you go to the lab and get it tested. It might have a low dosing of the content of NKP, but that low dosing works. It entirely penetrates into the plant and nothing is left over into the soil. But conventionally, when we give, many things are left over into the soil, but plant is unable to absorb the whole thing. Our concept towards NPK is totally wrong. In this COVID-19, the people, what food they have eaten, the reason is that their immunity system is gone on a toss. And the reason is nothing but arsenic. We are every day eating arsenic things here. Each and every food, India doesn't have any system to test the food. Before it goes to the market, each and every food has to be tested, that how much arsenic compound it contain, that what we are going to eat, what the farmer has used. Many things which have been banned still being used by the farmers. There is no understanding given, no knowledge given to the farmer on the ground level. Second thing, what fertilizer we have developed in last 8 years, this is a research and development work of last 8 years. We have also brought a solution to the water consumption of the plants, crops. Crops will reduce intake of 10 to 15% of water. Second wrong thing, if we go with organic fertilizer, second wrong thing what we are doing with conventional farming is ample of water, flood irrigation. Again, a wrong thing which we have adopted into the system because the farmer doesn't want to work hard. They just leave the water tonight and morning they are back to the work where the water has done his work and it is flooded. It's known as flood irrigation. Each and every product, they do it for sugarcane. We are doing a research on sugarcane and will give the ratio to the farmer that after using this fertilizer, how much water you have to put into the soil. As sugarcane is a branch and family of bamboo, it needs a specific quality of water, specific quantity of water to be used. Anyway, thanks. I don't have anything else to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Rahul Shah. Mr. Rahul Shah, chairman of Gajali Life Sciences LLP and Grand Harvest, and I'm sure that this kind of solutions might be taken seriously in other countries. And with this, I'll move to Mr. Vinod Mehta, Senior Trade.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. And firstly, my thanks. It was a wonderful presentation of Mr. Shah. Very new concepts, and I believe there's a lot to learn from you and need to work together. So I, from the Embassy of Israel, welcome any type of cooperation. Hopefully we'll meet soon and to understand better from you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, sir. I'm obliged.
Thank you. Agriculture in any country is very important. It is for the food safety of the people. In India, it is even more important because it also gives employment to a large masses in India. And therefore, it has to be taken very seriously. COVID-19 situations which happened from, let's say, March onwards in India. And I was wondering all the time how our standing crops of wheat are going to be harvested with the COVID problems continuing. thankfully, Government of India and various state governments managed to do the work very well. But it shows the importance of new technologies, new ways of working, and new systems that have to be found in managing the agriculture. Such large distribution of grains had to be done when the roads are blocked and things like this. So it opened up very new methods of post-harvest management, warehousing techniques, etc. So that's one thing which needs to be taken up very strongly again. Israel, from the other side, is is a hub of new technologies coming in. Even though Israel is in an arid land, we don't have enough water in the country, not enough rainfall, but with use of various technologies and various techniques, recycling of water, growing efficient crops, water efficient crops, and doing sufficient post-harvest management, Israel has succeeded to be self-dependent on almost all the agricultural varieties, as well as being able to export. How it is done is because of training, R&D, extension services combined together. There is reuse of water, etc. Now, it's very good that the organizers have given an opportunity to two Israeli companies to showcase their technologies, and I would rather leave the situation. I would rather give the opportunity to our distinguished companies who have been in this work of new innovations. Over to Mr. Oded Disler.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mehta. It's a great pleasure being here today, speaking with you all the way from Israel. And I'm going to use my time to present my company, Talia. I will just want to point out that I joined the company about a year ago. And this is after having a long career at the Ministry of Economy, dealing with water technologies, agricultural technologies, etc. And I had the honor to visit India quite frequently. And I have a great admiration to India and a big love in my heart to the country, the people, and the food, etc. So I would share my screen with you. Oops. Sorry.
You can see that share screen option on your laptop.
Yes.
At the bottom of the screen.
Right.
So you have to play your presentation and you have to click that button.
So I did. Okay. Can you see now?
No, your share screen option is not coming.
It's not on. Sorry, 1 minute.
Let me check whether I can play it and you can say, right? I have.
If you can, yeah, I send you the presentation. If you can show it from your side, it would be best.
I'm just opening it and just see that whether you can see my presentation. If I can, yeah, I've opened it and let's.
Okay. So I'll use the time meanwhile to say that Talia is a young company, and the big advantage or the what we bring to the market is the fact that our technology works. Wonderful. So yes, wonderful. So our technology, our company is partnering with the best partner someone can have, and this is Mother Nature. And obviously, this is the most, the smartest, the most efficient, accurate system exists. And what we do is we work with the very basic laws of nature, and I'll go over it very fast. And since it is, as I said, simple and smart at the same time, it's quite much self-explained. So what you see is our device. We call it mitra, which is wound in Greek, and it describes exactly what we do. We give ideal microclimates to the root zone. How do we do that? Or in which parameters? Please hold on stay with me for a minute in this first one. Exactly. So first, what we do is we direct all source of water to the root zone, and it can be rain, it can be dew, it can be drip irrigation. We work with all different sources of water. Second, we lock the water underneath the mitra, which means that we do not lose any drop of water, which is a phenomenon that happens quite often when you use drip irrigation and you lose a lot of water through evaporation. In our system, every drop of water that we gain stays with the plant. Second element is that we mitigate all harsh temperature conditions, whether it is extreme heat or extreme cold conditions, which means that if outside temperature is around 45 degrees, which is quite common in India, underneath it's going to be 40 degrees. This difference of 5 degrees can make a tremendous difference, especially with those young trees at the very early stage when they are extremely sensitive. In addition, we minimize the amount of chemicals that the farmer uses, because all type of fertilizers, herbicides are directed to the root zone, so we don't use excessive amounts like the regular protocol. Moreover, Talia is ideal for organic farming because farmer can skip all chemicals together and just go organic, because there's no weed growing underneath the mitra. So no need for excessive labor in order to take it out, and no need for a huge amount of chemicals that are usually used in agriculture. And third element is the fact that we keep the soil extremely healthy, very moisture, fluffy, granulated. The entire microorganism surrounding the plant is flourishing, a lot, very dynamic and energetic. Can we go one more, please? One slide more. No. Other way. Thank you. And this is how it looks like. And this, you can see immediately the tremendous impact that our mitra is giving to the tree. So this is the tree right after we took out the mitra, and you can see the huge difference in soil, with or without. What it means in terms of what does it do to the farmer, I'll explain in a minute. From an environmental point of view, remember, we minimize the amount of chemicals. We replace mulching, which from an environmental point of view, the nylon sheets that cover the fields are environmentally hazardous, a catastrophe. So we replace it with our units that are for 10 years, meaning a farmer can reuse again and again the same mitra with different crops. Can we move one more, please? Thank you. This is a pilot that was done here in Israel with the pine trees. And again, you can see the difference in few years between trees with or without in terms of which crops can be used. So all type of trees, fruit trees and forestry. So it goes to citrus, to mango, to avocado, to pomegranate, to grapes, to lychee, all type of high yield vegetables, meaning tomatoes, eggplant, chili. It is not suitable for rice, wheat, corn, etc. One more, please. This is a pilot that we did in India, and with the strong support of Tata Trust and Tel Aviv University. So this is a pilot that was done in Andhra Pradesh, growing tomatoes in open field. And what you can see here is that there were 3 plots. One open field with drip irrigation, second plot drip irrigation with mulch, and third plot drip irrigation with talia. And at the bottom you can see the numbers, and this is in kg per plant. And you can see the unbelievable improve in growth that the farmer saw in his field. The conditions there probably were extremely harsh, and whenever the conditions are harder and the situation is more difficult, the value and the impact that we give is greater. So I cannot say that we are in any case going to give 300% more in yield, but in cases where conditions are hard, then the answer is yes. So this led us to a much larger pilot, again, that was done with Tata Trust and Tel Aviv University. Can we go one more, please? Perfect. And here you can see a tomato field, again, in Andhra Pradesh. This was more or less in January. And we planted it. The results we started to get very positive results. Nevertheless, unfortunately, COVID-19 stopped the pilot almost at the end of it. So we are trying now to see what kind of an outcome we might get from this pilot. But in any case, the medium results were from 40% to 50 to 70% increase in yield, dramatic save in water, save in chemicals, and save in labor. So this is the technology that I wanted to present. India is a very important market for Talia. We are doing our first steps in the market. Important to say, the technology is proven, it works. We are looking to expand. And we touch all the most important points in modern agriculture, meaning we are good for small scale farmers. We are applicable for very large farms in both directions. We are good for the environment, and we get very high income improvement to the farmer. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Uday Dustal, Mr. Vinod Mehta, and Rahul Shah. I think this kind of platform always help us to interact with each other, learn from each other, and the knowledge sharing happens. Entire aim of creating this platform, virtual event on agriculture innovation, has been that best of the minds can come together, discuss among ourselves in a platform rather than walking in silos, so that more and more collaboration can happen to take forward the agenda of agricultural growth, especially in post-COVID era. Thank you so much, Mr. Rahul Shah, Mr. Vinod Mehta, and Oded Distil for joining us from Israel. With this, we move to the next session, which is a very important session, the last session of Elets Agriculture Innovation Summit. The name of the session is Importance of Research, Innovation, and New Thinking for the New World Order for the Sustainable Growth of Farm Sector. And for this, again, we have eminent speakers from public sector undertakings in Government of India, agro-tech startups, a company from Israel as well, and also a research institute from Bhopal Indian Institute of Soil Science. And to carry on with this session, I request my colleague, Mr. Sudhir Gautam, Senior Assistant Editor and Bureau Head, Telangana and AP, Elets Techno Media, to join us with other speakers to take forward the session along.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sovic. On behalf of Elets, I welcome all the eminent speakers who have joined us for this very important session in this today's Agriculture Innovation Summit. Just to brief you all, we had a very wonderful power-packed session in the morning. One was with the panel speakers from the policy, from the government side, who were from the Ministry of Agriculture and Farming from the Government of India, and also from various other agriculture department like Uttar Pradesh and Gujarat and various other sectors. Followed by, we had also global collaboration with speakers from various parts of the country, including London, Australia, Israel, and also from United States. So, on behalf of the Elets Techno Media, my name is Sudhir Gautam. I'm the Senior Assistant Editor and Bureau Head with Elets Techno Media. So, today's session would be focusing on the significance of research innovation in this new order of the world post COVID-19. So, I would request Dr. Purushottam. Yeah. So moving on, I would request, we are joined by Dr. H. Purushottam, who's the Chairman and Managing Director of National Research Development Corporation. We are also joined by Dr. Manoranjan Mohanty, Principal Scientist, Indian Institute of Soil Science from Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh. Welcome, Dr. Manoranjan Mohanty.
Thank you so much.
And we are also joined by the Chief Executive Officer of Elets Agri, Mr. Deepak Parikh. Welcome, Mr. Deepak.
Yeah, thanks everyone. Thanks for inviting me, organizers. Pleasure to be here.
Welcome. We are also joined by Mr. Nimrod Israeli, who is the founder and CEO for Biofeed Green Valley and the Fruit Fly Research Institute. Welcome, Mr. Dr. Nimrod.
Welcome. Great to join you from Israel.
Wonderful. Thanks for joining us. And I would request Dr. Hanumantu Purushottam, who is the Chairman and Managing Director for the National Research Development Corporation. Welcome, Dr. Purushottam. Hello. Dr. Purushottam, am I audible to you? Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, Dr. Purushottam, am I audible?
Yes, Sudhir.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for joining us, Dr. Hanumantu. Welcome to this Agriculture Innovation Summit.
Thank you very much. My pleasure.
Yeah. So we have some excellent speakers for this session. I would start with you. In this time of Corona crisis, where there is said to be a new normal, the post-COVID-19. Now, in these times, the significance of research innovation in the new world order. Can you please give your initial remarks about the research innovations? It's significant.
Yeah. At the outset, I would like to thank all my fellow panel members Uh, my name is Dr. Purushottam. I'm currently heading the National Research Development Corporation, an enterprise under the Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India. So what we do here is that basically it is a national technology transfer house. Whatever research is being done in the country, in almost all areas of science and technology, including food, agriculture, and energy, all sectors, whatever research is being done in the country, across public funded research laboratories like ICAR, universities, IITs, CSAR labs, DRDO labs. So whatever research is being done and all the intellectual property is generated by them, they are all available to us for transferring to startup companies, SMEs, large companies in India and abroad. So far NRDC has transferred more than 5,000 technologies to various companies. Along with technology transfer, we also help the inventors in protecting the intellectual property. Whatever intellectual property they are creating, we are also protecting them, particularly for academic institutions and the research institutions, we do free of cost. All the patent filing costs are borne by NRDC. So this is what basically NRDC does. We have been associated with Elets for quite some time, and it's a wonderful platform. They're doing wonderful work, wonderful job, arranging such kind of events, conferences, on a contemporary issues. That is what is very appealing to me, and I like to associate with them because they always bring discuss such kind of things in a bigger platform, national and international platforms. So I compliment Elets for such a wonderful event, organizing such a wonderful event, and giving an opportunity to interact with all the fellow panel members and all the participants in India and abroad. These are my initial remarks. Subsequently, I will be sharing how we are helping the research innovators and entrepreneurs, startup companies in this country.
Thank you, Dr. Purushottam. Now I would request Dr. Manoranjan Mohanty, who is the principal scientist with the Indian Institute of Soil Science from Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh, to please give his initial remarks about the significance of innovation research in this new age of COVID-19.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Before I start talking a few things, I would like to start with this line from our late Prime Minister Pandit Nehruji. Everything can wait, but not agriculture. That we all know. So agriculture was there, it is there, and it will be there forever, because our whole life of us, it depends on it. And particularly for a country like India, where 60 or 70% population depend on agriculture. So when I start talking about, I have thought of two things in my mind actually. I'll make my small presentation of this, means my talk, in two parts. What digitization in agriculture, one next is mechanization. So this is much digitization is very much important because being an Indian Institute of Soil Science, Bhopal, so we are dealing with natural resource management, and soil science and soil health is our first priority. So we have developed many types of maps for measure on micronutrients, and also we are working on digital soil mapping along with National Bureau of Soil Survey and Land Use Planning from Nagpur. So when we have this map, as well as we are also helping the government of India in soil health card mission, and we know that there are maps also available from soil health card, soil test values. So these things, that these things are very helpful, whether it's post-COVID or now also in the COVID period also, because this will help you in planning your resources, how much fertilizer to be used, and what type of land you have, and what type of crop you can take. So this is one important thing, that the digital soil map that should be available to everyone, and they should know what kind of cultivation practices they are going to have in their land. Next is also from NVSSLUP, Nagpur also, they have resource inventory map, they have developed it. And apart from that also, in this present situation, our resources efficiency, is very low, and we need to improve it. And for improving resource use efficiency, we need to adapt a new innovative technologies. That most important one is precision farming, precision agriculture, where we take care of improving our water, nutrient, and all those things. And side by side, use of recent advanced technologies like drone technologies for spraying, as well as for our nutrient application. So these technologies actually they improve our water and nutrient application. That means when I say precision agriculture, that means how precisely I am using it to not only I am making my crop fed with enough nutrient, but also I am making it healthy. And by doing so, I am not also polluting the environment. So this type of technologies is really need of the hour, and it's already been started in India, and we need to see that its pace is rapid, and everybody should adapt to this. By when actually we talk about sowing of any crop, actually from sowing to harvesting, actually we go for all types of operations. And in the post-COVID era, when you say that we are distancing, social distance is most important. So agricultural mechanization is most important thing that we to know. So in process of mechanization, so we should have most of the things, when you are distancing ourselves from our workers. So automation is most important thing, and we should have enough mechanized things. We have, in fact, we have institutes under ICR and in universities. They are working in farm mechanization, in developing farm implements. We have now enough implements. Relatively, we are self-sufficient in that aspect. We can say. So these things actually will be helpful. And this recent, not this been going on, burning of residues. How to do you have technologies? How to get rid of this issue. So definitely, have technologies developed at ICR, Indian Institute of Soil Science, Bhopal, also Institute Composition of Crop Residues. Or also we can go for other types of management practices, just like conservation agriculture, where this mechanism is very much important. We can go for such type of techniques where we are having residues at the surface, and we do all the farm operations. And in that case, neither we are burning the residues, or you may go for in situ decomposition. So in conservation agriculture is another important aspect, and mechanized farming that needs to be taken care of. That should be used, and the farmers, and it should be popularized. It's not yet popularized in India. Around 5 million hectares of India is under conservation agriculture practices. And apart from that, also uh, uh, definitely the protected cultivation for the time being in the harsh nature of the climate and climate change, where the temperatures are very high. We need to have such type of protected cultivation for vegetable crops, or maybe some high value crops. That at that protected cultivation can be any poly houses, and that solar irrigation, solar panels. And use also solar energy on the rooftop, and use that for our agricultural practices and for our poly houses. So combining solar energy with this automation process and precision agriculture and mechanization, probably we can make our agriculture more wonderful. And by doing so, we'll have our resources like water, nutrient, and energy, and more efficiently we can use it, and that would be helpful in increasing the and production, not only, but also it will take care of the environmental sustainability. So these are a few things I had in my mind, so I share with you. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Hello, Sudhir, are you there? So I may add, since you're
Yeah.
giving me okay, I will add also a few more things. In recent times, also the apps, the mobile apps, that would be, this type of technology is very much helpful. And so when we are distancing ourselves from others, app will be very much helpful, not to the farmers. So we need to develop more apps for irrigation practices, and even for sowing operations based on our monsoon climate. So the farmers should know by this app when they are going to sow their crops, when there is arrival of monsoon, and they should use it, very often. If not often, it's always, before they go for the crops. And other mobile apps, is the scheduling of irrigation. That's more important. If they have and they are joined with those institutes and universities to develop with their server, definitely they will be helpful when how much to irrigate and when to irrigate. Definitely, in that case, also the resource usage efficiency will be very high. And definitely, this type of technologies that are available, they will be helpful to the farmers, really, in a better crop production and good agriculture practices. So thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mohanty. Am I audible? Hello.
Yes, very much.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mohanty. Now I would request Dr. Nimrod Israeli to please give his initial remarks on the significance of innovation and research in the times of Corona and post-COVID era.
Hello, thanks for the opportunity. Wow, I've been in India since 2016 when my company won the Grand Challenges Israel competition, and we developed a solution for fruit flies of India, mainly Bactocera dorsalis and Bactocera zonata, which destroy about 50% of the mango and other crops yield in India. As a result, I met Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Netanyahu in Israel, and then 6 months later, once again in India. What I found out in the following 3 years, and after nearly 20 trips to India, is that the technology, I believe, although I am a CEO and founder of a technological company, technology is not the problem, I believe, of agriculture in India. This is what I see. And the reason is that today, the business model working in India is not one that can sustain the adaptation of advanced technologies. It is not one because to sustain it, you need to have high income. Indian farmers have low income. How can they buy things? Now, why do they have low income? This is something that I started asking myself. And the more I study, I saw that one, if we take mango growers, for example, which is very high value crop, for one, the price per kilo is very low. It is less than 1/10 of what they can get if they sell it, for example, in Europe. Today, farmers may find themselves selling for 6, 10, 15 rupees. That's not much, not at all. So this is one. They get. You're welcome to interrupt. It's okay. The second thing is the yield. The yield again is very low. For example, Indian farmer would get, let's say, 6 tons per acre, while Israeli farmer would get 5 to 10 times more. For the same crop, for mango, for example, 5 times more is very reasonable. So if you take both numbers, the price per kilo and the yield per acre, you find that the Indian farmer has no chance to compete. He has no chance to get out of poverty. He has no chance to get the best technologies. Not even one that, like the technology of freedom, that we have developed that will reduce the infestation by fruit flies from 50% to practically zero. That is a huge problem, and my belief today is that to make a change, Indian farmers, India, need to work about the entire value chain and see how it can fix it, because today it is broken. And I believe that India will know that the value chain is working well when farmers can finally export freely to the most advantaged and premium markets in the world. Do you want to ask me any question? So I will just add a few more words. You said before the Green Valley. The Green Valley project is actually a model which is complete from the field all the way to the most premium markets. And that is to enable the farmer to have a complete value chain, which he is missing so much, and it is so difficult. It is really suitable for states. So if we have a minister of agriculture or a decision maker in India, this is for you. If you want to advance your farmers, if you want to take them within a few years and jump them 30 years ahead, this is the way forward. Through export and through building the entire value chain, which is so hard, so complicated, and this is something that Israel is doing so good. And the approach is not to bring one technology at a time, but the entire package. There is a terrible noise. There is a terrible noise. Oh, now it's better. So this is it for here. If you want to ask me something, I will be delighted.
No, Nimrod, it's awesome what you said. Like, I fully agree with you when you said that in India it's just not about the business. It's just not about the technology. It's also about the business model, and that's very, very important point. I appreciate the work which has been done in past by Dr. Manoranjan and Dr. Purushottam. Sir, we are a big fan of your work, and thanks for what you have done so far for Indian agriculture. Unfortunately, till now, the focus was productivity because the food security was India's biggest challenge. Now, as we evolve from the COVID era, suddenly you'll find that the shift would be on two more P's. So one P is the profitability of the farmers, which definitely is a constraint currently in India. And second is preserving typically your environment. So these two things become very, very critical. And I strongly, as someone who is running a technology company, I strongly believe that the startups would be very, very critical in driving forward the agenda of what India wants to achieve. I a little bit disagree with Nomad for you on one part, that actually it's just not about the price points. So if you see in India historically, even sometimes if you have huge productivity gains, still you might not be able to get the right price points. So for example, the mangoes, right? So there are the belts in India where actually the productivity is pretty decent. And I've worked in those areas, but still farmer doesn't get a price. So typically we'll have to start working from the reverse, that is demand-driven agriculture. So that is also what the Prime Minister was talking about very recently. So the first thing which we have to understand is that there are three key technology trends which is happening globally. And those trends are one, digitization. So digitization just not the sake of digitization. Digitization for sake of doing data-driven, fact-driven agriculture. So typically the traceability, typically the transparency in the value chain, typically your precision agriculture, and reducing the usage of your input so that you are able to reduce the cost of cultivation. So the digitization has to have a very, very specific meaning. It cannot be just because, like, I'm having an IT company, a tech company, I just roll out saying that I'll digitize every farmer. But end of the day, we have to understand that digital innovations are just means to achieve specific tasks. And those tasks are profitability and productivity both together at the same time preserving the environment. The second trend which I am seeing globally happening in agriculture is automation. Now, typically in automation, we have to start understanding what role model we want to take forward. The role model is if we are talking about the countries which are having far less number of farmers or countries which are over optimizing their land, those won't be the model for us, right? Because we are having close to 800 million, 8 crore farmers in India. You cannot just push them away. So what we need to do is that we have to have models like from Brazil, where the farm families are very, very critical. The number of farmers is substantial. Still, they are growing substantially far more crop per acre of land in their geography. And they're one of the biggest exporters in the world. So the role models need to be very, very clear when you go for automation. So typically you'll find that what's happening in Brazil. So one thing is that actually the sensor-based automation of irrigation. Now that's something which Brazil has done very, very well. And we'll also have to start doing that sooner than later because that 18 districts are already in water stress this year. Going forward, those are the challenges. So automation has to be very, very specific with the agenda again, as I said. The use of the drones, that's become very, very critical in India because you are having a smaller farm size. You cannot have the big variable dispensation of fertilizers. So you will start working on those which can work on small and marginal farms, which is typically drones. The third area of technology innovation I strongly believe India needs today is smart packaging. Unfortunately, at the farm gate, packaging is so archaic that the amount of food being lost from the first crop itself is close to 18 to 20%. Now we'll have to start ensuring that we are able to put the geo-traceability, we are able to do right packaging, and we are also able to track the movement of those products so that we can understand whether they have been into optimized logistic or not. So I strongly believe India needs these three technical innovation. Now taking a little bit of a worldview, there are two more innovations happening globally. One is when we are talking about a smart city. COVID has told us that smart city is not just with an IT infrastructure; it is a city which can be food sufficient. So if we take example of, for example, Tokyo, with the amount of smart vertical farms they are having within the city, they were able to take care of even the breaking of the supply chain. In India also, we are having mega cities like Delhi and Mumbai, where we found that the supply chain got broken because of the lockdown, the labor were not available, the logistic providers were not there. So we'll have to start understanding that our big cities need to procure at least 60% of their perishable from within the periphery of 40 to 30, 35 to 40 kilometers. And that will ensure, that will need, we invest more in the vertical farms and the controlled farming within the city, typically periphery. And the last technology which I strongly believe we need to think about is when we talk about the artificial meat. So typically we as a nation, we produce a lot of crops which are good ingredients for creating artificial meat. And artificial meat is far more sustainable than the red meat which we talk about. And globally also you'll find that most of the biggest funding in past 1 year has happened in artificial meat. So these are, I say that my 5 takes on where the technology in India should be going towards. Floor is for you, the moderator.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Deepak, for wonderfully taking us to the various technologies that are in use now and are of the need of the hour. Just to inform all the panelists, we are joined by one of the eminent speakers and an innovative administrative of our country. Many might know him if they have followed the social series of a national television series by Amir Khan, that is Satyamev Jayate. Dr. B. Janardhan Reddy, he is known for his innovative approach towards administration, and he's well known for the waste management and cleanliness. Welcome, Dr. B. Janardhan Reddy, to this live interaction.
Yeah, yeah. Good afternoon to all of you. So there.
Thank you, Dr. B. Reddy. Dr. Janardhan Reddy is the Agriculture Production Commissioner, as well as he's the Secretary for the Department of Agriculture and also the cooperation with the government of Telangana. Just to inform you all, the Telangana is now the rice bowl and the seed bowl of the country. So I would request Dr. B. Janardhan Reddy to please give his remarks towards the significance of innovation and research towards in this time of COVID crisis.
Oh, thank you, Sudhir, and all the participants. And good afternoon, Nimrod Israeli and Dr. M. Mahanti. I am able to see, and Deepak, and I think, yeah. So,
I think we have lost him. Sudhir? Sudhir,
Yes,
are you
we
there?
did. Now he's back.
yeah. Am I audible, Sudhir?
Yes, sir, you are. Yes, sir, you are.
Oh, then good afternoon to all of you. In fact, right from the morning, 10:30, we had been participating in an emergency state level bankers committee meeting, where after COVID situation or during this COVID situation, what innovative mechanisms the financial institutions can take. For example, in pre-harvesting
Dr. Reddy, the sound is not going through.
Yes, sir. Maybe you can try to
and
mute
post
to
harvesting
remove
and
your video
a state of
because we are not audible.
one of the progress state with a lot of now one of the surplus is we are surplus in cotton, and we are surplus in fruits, and we are surplus in half a dozen of vegetables, and now more maize.
I think there's some problem with Dr. Reddy's audio. I think maybe the internet connection. Well, we have to live with the reality of technological faults. That's also part and parcel of life, and I think it's all about fixing the loopholes in technological automation, as Deepak was saying that automation and global trends and everything. So that is also a learning, I guess. So if I may go to Dr. Nimrod Israeli, who has joined us from Israel, that in terms of exchange of technology and innovation, what is your opinion? What, according to you, is that how much governments world over, or how much people to people connect or community to community connect can help in terms of exchange of knowledge of technology or innovation, especially keeping in mind the post-COVID era scenario for the growth of farm sector?
Well, I think that post-COVID is an opportunity to focus on agriculture and to take it to the 21st century. It should have been done a long time ago in India. The government should step in much stronger, I believe. The government should enable to show models that are working. And what I believe that India will benefit a lot if the Indian farmers can have a working model in India that they can see, not constrained to the lab or to a small area, but a large area, a working model. This is something that only if you do it in India, only if they can see, the farmers can see, farmers can follow, can copy, this is something that will work. I also believe that regardless the COVID-19, if you look at the rate of number of farmers in India, let's say that roughly it is 50% of the population is working in agriculture. Am I right?
Right, right.
Yes. So, do you know what is the percentage of farmers in Israel? Do you want to guess? Make a guess.
Anyone want to guess?
Anyone? Please. 30%, 10%, 1%, 60%. How many?
1%.
1%. So it is closer to 0.1%. 0.1%. And actually, farmers are producing more than we need. We export a lot, as you know. And I believe that sooner or later, and better sooner than later, India will have to make that change. Will have to. The numbers will have to go from 50% down to 5%. How do you do it? Well, again, you have examples today from other countries. Israel and myself will be happy to contribute and to help doing it. India will benefit a lot if many people will move to other industries, if farmers will make much more money, increase the income, and that is by transferring from what we call agriculture to what I call agribusiness. Today, there are no farmers in Israel. There are business people who work in farming. They produce just like a factory 10 times more than anyone else. The Israeli cow is producing much, much more than any cow in the world. This why we don't need so many cows, which is also good for the environment, but also to the farmers.
I would like to interrupt Dr. Nimrod here because I will because very interesting things you have said. I think if Dr. Reddy is here, he can answer to that. Dr. Reddy, Shavik here from
Yes.
Elets, what Dr. Nimrod Israeli from Israel just said, that can we think of shifting to a model where we can talk about agriculture to agribusiness more?
Certainly, I cannot agree less than 100% with Mr. Nirmoth. In fact, I had been to Israel, and whenever I talk about agriculture and I compare Indian agriculture with Israel, I always to refer exactly this. And a cow in Israel cannot give less than 40 liters and stay there. And in India, 40 cows give sometimes 1 liter of milk. So that's why I was talking about increasing the productivity, converting agriculture into a business model. Agriculture should not be a losing model. So merely because more number of people are participating in agriculture does not mean that it cannot be made profitable and cost effective, labor effective, and it certainly, as shown by the Israel, since he gave the multiple choices like 1%, 50%, 60%. He didn't say less than one. Otherwise, I would have chosen that that figure. So Israel, it is less than 1%. He said 0.1% are doing, and the productivity is one of the highest. I'll take it cow, take it agriculture, take it horticulture. Certainly, we need to learn a lot from Israel, either soil conservation or water conservation, and it is one of the lowest rain receiving countries in the world, and still the productivity is so high. It is quite impressive, and I feel I fully agree with him. There is a need to increase the productivity by going to the scientific methods
of soil testing, application of optimum fertilizers, and ensuring optimum water utilization, and ensuring proper harvesting using technology, etc., and avoiding post harvest losses, and then adding value, above all adding value, and then ensuring that whatever is produced excess, if you add value and if you ensure that it is to the national and international standards, it is possible to export, etc. I really congratulate and agree with Israel.
I'll just take 1 minute of Dr. Reddy, and I'll ask him before I go to other panelists for their concluding remark. Dr. Reddy, in terms of government of Telangana, how do you think, or what are the future plans for state government to redefine the agro sector in post-COVID era? If you can tell.
In fact, it has coincided with our agriculture revolution in Telangana with the post-COVID, and in fact, we are moving from deficit state to surplus state. Just now, I was trying to quote in the beginning. Number one, and also we are going to embrace all the technologies, digitization, etc. Because all our transfers, whether it is investment subsidy, or it is help to the farmers, or help towards debt waiver, etc., we all make the digital payments. And in fact, we will also use digitization, we will also use mechanization, and we will also optimize the resources to be spent by the private and the government agencies and agriculture, and we will try to reduce the cost per acre. And in fact, now there is no deficit. 24/7 power supply is there, quality power supply, and we have abundant water also now available. And we are slowly moving from totally monsoon dependent economy, agri economy, to independent. In that sense, we were lot of live rivers like Krishna and Godavari pass through this state, and we are harnessing the surplus water which otherwise would have flown into Bay of Bengal every year. So Godavari is fully exploited to the advantage of Telangana cultivation. Almost 40 lakh acres cultivated in cultivation. 4 million acres has been added in last 4-5 years, and we are on the path to add more than 1 million acres this particular year also. So more land is coming to the cultivation, number one, and more technology is being used, and more attention is paid by the government for this particular sector. Slowly, we are emerging as the surplus state in many of the crops, like whether paddy or maize or cotton and pulses, etc., and oilseeds. We are competing with Punjab like grain bowl of India. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Reddy. I'll come to Dr. Purushottam. If I may ask you your concluding remark about the importance of research and innovation for agro sector. If you can just tell us in 2-3 minutes. Dr. Purushottam, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm able to hear you, but I think, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yes, my question to you is that if you can just summarize in 2-3 minutes, where do you see the research and innovation in agro sector going more and more in future in post-COVID era? If you can conclude in 2-3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Savik, for giving me this opportunity. And as mentioned by my other senior panel members, I do agree, without research innovation, this agriculture sector, the scales cannot be achieved. Somehow we have achieved the food security and the milk security and all other securities, but I think in the time to come, particularly post-COVID, I think we need to have a separate and new strategy to meet the requirements of the globe. It is only possible through research and innovation. As it has been mentioned, we need to focus more on digital technologies, automation technologies, because the way we are going to live post-COVID is transforming because of this social distancing and other threats involved. In absence of a a vaccine or a drug to control the corona, definitely the science, technology, innovation will play a major role, and we need to have more interactions and more networking, particularly through digital means, digital platforms, and facilitating this knowledge transfer. That is very, very important. We need to really think and come out how we should survive and how we should get connected and how we should take these innovations to the marketplace or the consumer place. So it's really
Right.
very challenging time, and it needs to be evolved. I can't really give this is a solution or one solution doesn't fit all. We all need to deliberate and come out with a suitable solution. That is what my comment at this point of time.
Right. Thank you so much, Dr. H. Purushottam, CMD, National Research Development Corporation. Quickly, I'll go to Dr. Manoranjan Mohanty. Mr. Mohanty, 1 minute for you. Where do you see research and innovation going for the growth
Yes.
of farm?
Yes. Yes. Thank you very much. I would like to add a few lines to what Dr. Israeli said. How to make farming into business, but that actually you need to boost the rural economy. Maybe we need to have certain agro-processing unit or micro business centers or small business centers there, so that maybe agro-processing unit, maybe storage unit, maybe some other enterprises that will help agriculture, so that the rural economy will improve, and the youth, they take farming as business. So coming to research and innovation, definitely yes, what Dr. Purushottam already said, and Mr. Deepak, and others also talking about it, Dr. Janardhan sir. So I feel yes, being it ICR and the different in ICR, they have developed a large number of technologies. Still, some of them are not in field now. So even those technologies, they are very much useful to the farmers, and that needs to be on with farmers. And if they utilize those technology also, whether it's pre-COVID era or post-COVID era, they are always good for the farmers. I'll give you one example now. Actually, one variety of moong
If you don't mind, Dr.
developed by
Mohanty,
Indian.
if you don't mind, Dr. Mohanty, we're really running out of time. We
Yes.
just have 2 minutes with us. I'll go to Dr. Nimrod Israeli.
Yes,
Dr.
just
Israeli.
one line I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yes. So should I continue one line?
Yeah, please.
So that variety is very much useful now in summer moong cultivation. That's what actually I mean to say. Research and innovations, they have tremendous impact in agriculture sector. Definitely, yes.
Right. Dr. Nimrod Israeli, just one line.
Thank you.
We have 1 minute for you, Dr. Israeli.
Okay. So I would say that innovation is required in 3 fields. One is the technological field, which is obvious. The second is the business field, which is more a business model that we need to renew and innovate. And the third is the government, which again needs to rethink about things. And just for example, my company, which invested 3 years trying to get to India, today is outside India because we did not manage to go through bureaucracy. So there is so much to do, which on one hand is not good. On the other hand, anything that will be done will take India so far forward, such a big jump, and I see it as something very positive.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nimrod. Deepak, Parik, your end note, where do you see the agrotech going? Maybe 5 years down the line, post-COVID era?
Yeah, I would just try to be as short as possible. So very recently, a government from Africa, they approached me to help them give consulting for digital transformation agriculture in their country. So I was surprised with their preparation, and I asked them, who is behind this? Is your prime minister or your bureaucracy? They said, none of the above, COVID. So this is what the ground reality today is. We'll see agriculture being digitized, whether we like it or not, whether businesses like or not, or government like it or not. COVID has pushed it to the scenario that we don't have options. So I thank all the panelists, and everybody has contributed. Awesome. And believe me, as an Indian, I would say I'm proud of what our scientists, our organizations have done in past. Yes, the goalpost has changed. Food security was a challenge. We solved it. Now the profitability and perseverance of the environment also will take care of it. We are pretty ourselves capable of doing that. That's my end notes.
Oh, thank you. What I'll just now I'll just take 1 minute to end this panel, taking cue from what Deepak has said, that no government, no bureaucracy, only COVID has pushed other governments to come up with new set of solutions. And as we know that uh, invention of the mother of necessity, and we know in 1600 the best of the innovation thoughts came out of Newton during the quarantine when this plague was going on. And I think COVID has pushed us all to that level where we'll come up with new innovation to the new era of agro sector. And as Dr. Nimrod was saying, that we have to think about agro business model rather than agriculture per se. I think there are challenges, but I think this challenge will be taken as opportunity for the overall growth of farm sector, not only in India, but around the globe. Thank you, Dr. Nimrod Israeli, Dr. M. Mohanty, Deepak Parekh, Dr. Hanumant Purushottam for joining us, and Dr. B. Jaladhar Reddy for joining us in the last session of Elets Agriculture Virtual Summit, which was aimed at creating a platform where stakeholders from bureaucracy, from agrotech aggregator, from academia, from research organization, from global companies can come together, brainstorm to various aspects of agriculture, farm growth, so that things can be moved forward. And this crux of these sessions will be documented by Elets Technomedia as a event report, and which will be circulated to all the stakeholders, both in government and private sector, and also to research institutes, so that we use the useful information deliberated in this conference, which can impact lives and ignite mind. Thank you so much. See you on the other side of Elets webinars and Elets virtual summit. Thank you so much. Namaskar. Bye. Take care. Stay home. Stay safe. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Bye bye.
Thank you very much.
Bye.